Not off to the best of starts, but, you know, not real comfortable is Colin at the moment on the golf course, kind of gutting it out, but be pleased with that. And then Open champion from Royal Portrush, the Irishman. Has a knack of holding shots, doesn't he, in majors?
Sitting at 2 under par, Lowry, and this major has extra meaning to this next group. Not because we have past champions, but because they are all sons of PGA professionals.
Absolutely, and you know their dads have to be incredibly proud. Cameron Young just having a sensational season. Keegan Bradley, a major champion, learned from his dad, Mark. Of course, famous Aunt Pat is in the LPGA Hall of Fame. And Justin Thomas's dad, Mike, and his grandfather as well, Paul. Very, very proud of this young man.
JT in contention for his third Wanamaker, and the Philadelphia faithful, they'll be out in full force to watch world number 1 go to work today.
Well, it was a clinical round, really. He did everything well, hit a lot of fairways, putted well as well to top it off. And Fitzpatrick, boy, hasn't he had a terrific year? 3-time winner. And Justin Rose, 45-year-old, and he has won 1 major in Philadelphia. Could he make it 2 with the PGA Championship here at Aronimink?
And a past winner here at Aronimink on the PGA Tour back in 2010. A look at our holes at Aronimink Golf Club. We're focused on 15, 16, and 17. The tough closing stretch here on the back 9 at this great property. And it's playing as advertised, Jane, with 15 and 17 among the toughest on the course.
Absolutely, and today we've got the 15th hole playing 4 yards longer as a par 4 than the next hole, the 16th, is a par 5. Third of a stroke over par, as you can see there, but very difficult holes. Two of the 3 we have are incredibly difficult. You've got to take advantage, as there are only 2 par 5s here at Aronimink.
And you look at some of the notable stats behind these featured holes. 15th hole, fewest birdies of any hole on property. The 16th, we had 2 eagles yesterday, both coming in the afternoon wave. And then the 17th, the 3rd hardest green to hit so far in the opening round. Walking all of our featured holes this morning, once again, will be Amelia Duran as she joins us now. And Amelia, the wind was the story on day 1. How will the conditions test the world's best today?
The conditions are about as calm as they're going to get this morning, giving players the opportunity in this early wave to make up some ground, and they're going to need it because 92 players are within 5 shots of the lead. Think about a player like Rory McIlroy. He's hitting 2 shots outside the cut line at 4 over, but he's only 7 shots back. When players come through our featured hole coverage, 15 and 16, they're difficult driving holes because of the fairway tilt, and both the hole locations are tucked. 17th, the par 3, it's playing 214 yards. It's a wide green, but extremely exposed as the wind picks up. It's going to take a lot of excellent course management and also patience, because if you get in this rough, it is so difficult to control your golf ball. Anything can happen, and it's going to take a lot of resilience from players today to make up some ground.
Yeah, looking forward to it all morning here, Amelia. And Jen, you have to think, if you're part of this morning wave, you have to feel pretty good here on Friday morning, just like you did on Thursday morning compared to the afternoon weather.
Absolutely. The wind does tend to pick up here in the afternoon. The conditions are clearing up. It was overcast this morning and quite chilly, but now the sun's starting to come out. And yes, I think the morning wave this morning after that exhausting afternoon yesterday, hopefully they got some good rest and are coming out with renewed enthusiasm and patience. And even though Amelia said the wind is not quite as benign as it was perhaps before the sun comes up. And, you know, it's definitely out there. I think Donald Ross is... He would be smiling down from heaven right now, I think, because his masterpiece, his self-proclaimed masterpiece, is holding up extremely well against the best in the world.
Well, I can tell you the locals wanted it to be firm, fast, and the wind blowing, and so far they're getting all of their wishes through 18 holes, and the next 18 here today should be a fun one at Aronimink Golf Club. Our first group will be making their way to 15 coming up next. Look at the leaderboard of the 108th PGA Championship. Early action already on the course, including the 2010 PGA champion Martin Keimer dropping a shot right out of the gates. He falls into that tie for 7th place right now. So just 6 golfers sit at 3 under par this morning. Jane, 15th hole as we get set for our first group to make their way here.
Today playing 542 yards, and as Amelia said, the main feature here is the camber of this fairway, sharply from right to left. If you can negotiate those bunkers down the right side and keep it in the fairway, then the best approach you have, I think the smart approach, I should say, is to the center of this green. Don't mess with that left-hand side. You don't want to be short-sided, nor do you really want to be in that left-hand bunker. It's kind of a punch bowl green. By that I mean that everything kind of slopes in towards the middle. And the hole today kind of in a little bit of a saddle between those 2 slopes on the left-hand side. So I'd like to see players just underneath the hole putting back uphill.
Played as the 4th toughest hole at Aronimink Golf Club in the opening round. Just a third of a shot over par. 47 bogeys compared to just 5 birdies here at 15. As our first group makes their way onto the tee box here at 15. Andrew Novak, John Perry, and Jordan Gumberg.
Just left of the tower. I mean, putting a flag in the tower. Exactly.
And this is Jordan Gumberg, 31-year-old. Plays his golf over in Europe on the DP World Tour.
One of the features that impressed me so much about Aronimink was, despite the rain we got Wednesday night, it didn't soften this golf course. There's a ton of rollout on this 15th tee.
Fine.
That was a good-looking shot if he can hold it up against the hill, and I think he has done that very, very well. Kind of down the left center with a little fade is ideal. It kind of, that spin negates the slope. So I think he could sell that drive for a lot of money to some of the leaders later on.
And now Perry.
This long par 4 will be made slightly easier because it's downwind. This, though, is headed towards the left center. It's going to start in the left side of the fairway and should be drifting all the way into the rough.
And it does. Is there any right to left in the wind, or is it pretty much straight down?
Slightly right to left, but at the moment it's more down than cross. However, it's been gusting, and it's already doing that this morning. So it could change in the afternoon if we get more crosswind.
Andrew Novak, the 3rd member of this group, making his 2nd PGA Championship appearance.
He missed the cut at Quail Hollow in 2025 in his first appearance. That's a good ball shape there to hold the fairway. Well done.
Our first group off the tee box at 15, making their way up the fairway. We'll step aside and get ready for their second shots. Coming up on a beautiful day in Philadelphia. the Art Museum in the city of Philadelphia. We're going to have a championship-sized fight here this week. You look at the leaderboard in Philadelphia at Aronimink Golf Club. 7 tie for the lead. It's down to 6 already early this morning, but over 40 golfers within 3 shots through 18 holes.
And Amelia, I find it interesting that only 52% of the players yesterday were able to hit this fairway off the tee, and here's an example of that thick rough right now for John Perry.
It's about 30 yards wide. Make that even smaller with the fairway tilt. 237 yards for Perry out of the rough. The ball is buried. The goal here is to remain in the fairway to give yourself an easy third.
He's going with the fairway wood to try and get it to scamper out of there.
That was an excellent shot. It can get so squirrely out of that rough when you're coming through with a lot of speed. Even if that chase is over, that's where you want to miss it.
Well, that stays about flag high. I would say job well done, John.
One of the first shots we've seen on 15. It could be one of the best out of the rough by the end of the day.
It may well be.
Both Gumberg and Perry, the drives from this grouping.
Yeah, Gumberg hit a very nice long shot. Next to play will be Andrew Novak.
Given how downwind it is, you've got to land it short of the green to be able to hold it.
Especially with such a long club coming in. 236 he had left.
This is fading towards the right green side bunker.
Oh, that wasn't well struck.
And an unfortunate kick.
And I don't envy him that bunker shot either, Amelia.
And Novak missed the green on the 14th hole prior, snapping a streak of 7 straight greens hits spanning back to yesterday. That was tied for the longest streak in his major career. Now he's missed back-to-back greens in regulation.
Now this young man attended the University of Arizona. As I said, plays on the DP World Tour and qualified through playing extremely well on the DP World Tour Asian swing. He won one in China and led the Asian swing money list. So that's how he got into this championship. So exciting week for Jordan.
Said it's a golf course that a lot of his friends and family are familiar with. And he expects to have a lot of them on hand to cheer him on this week.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He's got a lot of family from Pennsylvania, so not too long of a drive for them to come and watch Jordan play.
Well, and he got off to a decent start, +3 yesterday, and you have to think, you know, this is the big time, and it's a lot different than just playing, you know, on the DP World Tour. Not to disparage that at all, but this is a whole nother tier of quality play, quality championship.
That's what makes this major championship so special. There's so many pathways for these golfers to find their way into the field. In addition to the 20 PGA professionals, I mean, Jordan qualified as one of the top 3-point earners on the DP World Tour through the Asian swing. So just one of those unique pathways for him to find his way into this field of 156.
Well, and of course, Andrew Novak alongside Ben Griffin won the Zurich team championship last year, and that really vaulted him into wonderful exemptions for the next couple of years on the PGA Tour. And it's interesting, we were chatting earlier, Stephen, about this golf course and how Donald Ross got to design this golf course. Well, George Stanzel was the president back at the time, and George also had a cabin down in Pinehurst where Donald Ross lived, and they were great friends. And so he decided that this new property should be designed by Donald Ross. And in fact, Mr. Ross got to stay with George Stenzel while they made this golf course together. And there were a lot of other famous Philadelphia area golf course architects he could have chosen. He could have chosen A.W. Tillinghast, William Flynn, George Thomas. So many famous names that have dropped gems all over the Northeast. But instead, he chose his friend from Dornoch, Scotland. And I think he has indeed created a masterpiece. This has been a lot of fun to be here on property and to admire the handiwork of Donald Ross.
Yeah, 1928 design from Donald Ross. There's a famous plaque that sits behind the first tee here at Aronimink Golf Club with the quote, "I intended to make this my masterpiece, but not until today did I realize I built better than I knew."
And he made that quote back in 1948, the year that his life ended. He died in 1948. So before he died, he came back here to check out this beautiful property and see what he'd created. And indeed, he absolutely loved it.
As Novak comes out of the bunker green side, and talk about the rich history here in Philadelphia with this championship. Actually, the PGA Championship originally featured match play from 1916 to 1957. Then it moved to stroke play format in 1958. That happened actually 7 miles down the road at Lanark Country Club. So you talk about this coming full circle in the city of Philadelphia as stroke play makes its return to the city of brotherly love.
There's so many beautiful golf courses. Obviously, we have Marion just down the road. Fantastic property. And as I mentioned in the opening, Justin Rose won that in 2013. And that was an absolute treat to be on property that week as well. Now, Perry.
Even though we have a par 5 in our featured hole coverage, the 16th coming up, if players can get through 15 through 17 at even par, they're going to walk away happy with how difficult 15 is. That was a good judge of speed, even though it's coming up a little short.
But better short than long. And it's funny because this par 4 is 4 yards longer than the following hole, which is a par 5. I mean, that's just crazy to think about. Although the wind will be different. The wind will be in the player's face, so it will certainly play longer than 15. And Amelia, both of them are very narrow driving holes, so it's definitely a premium on accuracy on these 2 holes.
And even though the 15th is downwind, yes, it shortens it by length, but it doesn't make it any easier because the wind's just going to take the ball offline if you're just a little spinny with your tee shot. Similar to the 16th, we saw so many players miss it right, and they couldn't carry the bunkers because it was into the wind. So I love this northwest prevailing wind and how it's challenging this par 4, the 15th, and the par 5.
Yes, because they're not just dead downwind and dead into the wind, so that gives it that little bit of extra difficulty. And now Gumberg.
Inside 30 feet for Gumberg.
And that just gives you a great idea as to how much slope there is on that side of the green.
Even after getting a teach from Perry.
Yeah. Well, under the hole is better than past, but I think he'd like to be 2 or 3 feet closer. Yeah.
You can see he didn't like it right off the face.
But when you have those severely uphill putts, you know you have to hit it, but you know you don't want to hit it too hard. It's a weird place to be for a golfer, isn't it, Amelia?
Especially when you have an uphill putt that's slower than the other greens, which are running so quick and true, but it's also downwind to judge how much the wind is going to affect the putt. For Novak, he's going up the slope, but also going to have some left to right movement in it, and we've just now had a gust of wind hit.
You can see it rustling in his pants. That was a good effort. But that'll be a bogey.
And Amelia, it feels like even in the 25 minutes we've come on air, the wind has changed significantly.
20 minutes ago, we had a discussion about, there's not a lot of wind. These players are going to be able to make a move in the morning, and that has totally turned.
As
in
they
barely
say,
half an hour.
Yeah, no.
Hey, their first 4 holes, they didn't have a lot of wind.
Yeah, early mornings for these players. 6:50 was the time off the 10th, 6:45 off the first tee, because they do share a tee box, so they stagger the tee times. And a lot of these players getting up at probably 4 o'clock or so. I mean, it's hard to get your body going and being able to play at your best.
Alex Fitzpatrick, a good friend of mine because he also played golf at Wake Forest, I was curious when he woke up because his tee time was 6:45 off 1, and I saw on social media that 3:45 was his alarm. I was wondering 4. I mean, I just had to get it in the 3s, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah,
good two-putt for Gumberg.
Those late early times sent me off the LPGA as I got older. Immediately, I was like, no, that is not enough time for this body to recover. That's tough. I don't mind getting up in the 3s to go fishing, but I don't like getting up in the 3s to play golf.
Yeah. Well, McIlroy had an early tee time and then hit balls for about 3 hours. He was still on the range in the middle of the afternoon wave while it was going on.
Oh, and he desperately needed to as well. He had no control over his golf ball yesterday. And now Perry, see if he can make a solid par from the left rough. Yeah, well done. He's one of those players from the DP World Tour that qualified for the PGA Tour. Top 10. Trying to make the most of this opportunity.
Couple of pars for Gumberg and Perry as we head back up to the tee box on 15. And it's Kurt Kitayama to lead us off.
Strong driver of the golf ball. Let's see if he can navigate this well. I think he may have been able to carry those bunkers, likely in that right-hand rough.
Ben Pollard playing alongside of Kitayama, PGA Director of Golf, and shooting star in Jackson Hole.
I do think that would be a fun spot to work.
I'd say so. Great vacation destination.
Indeed.
And Pollard finds the left rough, making his 5th career major appearance, all coming at the PGA Championship.
Now Gumberg.
At 16.
Straight into the wind. Gotta play it right of the bunkers. It's almost probably over 300 yards to cover it. That was well placed. We're not going to see a lot of players hit the fairway today.
Now that started on a beautiful line just with a slight fade and did manage to hold the fairway, Amelia, so good swing from the young man.
It was a controlled fade because it's into, but the wind is also out of the left. It's very easy for this tee shot to get spinny and right, or you overcompensate and end up in the left rough. Right is the better miss.
I don't think that has much chance of holding the fairway.
A little quick in the lower body. That disappeared from my eyes. You can't see the golf ball when it's in the rough unless you're standing over top of it.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination of grasses, tall fescue and poa annua. And if you were to let that tall fescue grow, it would have wispy tops like you often see in the northeast. But it's cropped at 3.5 inches.
Soft. Real soft. Real
He's
soft.
begging.
Did get a soft bounce.
Guess you just have to keep begging. I think that might be in the first cut. But he has a chance from there.
The other member of the group over on 15 is Nico Echeverria. 3-time PGA Tour winner. Winner earlier this year at the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches.
Not having a good week so far. There's the young man from Medellin, Colombia.
Always my favorite thing to say with Nico. From Medellin to Fayetteville, Arkansas. A little different life transition for you. We've got groups on 16 and 15. The wind is whipping in Philly. After over 60 years, the PGA Championship will make a historic return to Dallas-Fort Worth in 2027. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to Texas. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon.
And that course is an original design by Gil Hans and Jim Wagner, who did the redesign or renovation of this beautiful golf course here at Aronimink.
Added 100 bunkers back to this property to restore this golf course back to the original design of Donald Ross in 1928 as Echeverria goes long.
Yeah, they widened some of the fairways as well. Took out a few more trees that had overgrown the golf course.
Pollen from the left rough.
Oh, and Ben Polland in the PGA Professionals Championship in the last round shot 68. He moved up like 44 spots to finish in a tie for 10th. How about that final round at Bandon Dunes in a howling wind?
Yeah, this wind is nothing for those PGA professionals.
It's a piece of cake.
Now Kitayama.
A big drive over those right-hand bunkers, but handcuffed really by that thick rough. Oh, he's done it well. Good work.
Here's Perry from the rough.
Lie's actually not bad. Perry's bag did just fall over with a gust of wind. It is quickly picking up as he's hit this out towards the right bunkers. That was not a disciplined shot. He needed to make sure that his golf ball ended up short of those.
Yeah, and that's a mistake that, say, someone like Scotty Scheffler would never make. He is a master of course management.
Just when you get in the rough and these squirrely lies and you can't predict the direction, you have to make sure you're finishing it in the widest part of the green, or the fairway rather.
And now Novak giving it a go.
Looks like he just carried those bunkers. It'll be a short little 40-yard pitch. That was well done.
It'll be a delicate one as well, Amelia. It's
A
not a lot
delicate
of
is
green to work
a
with.
wonderful descriptor.
And downwind, that's no bargain at all.
And Gumberg next to play from the fairway.
I'm impressed with this young man's golf swing. Very neat, good fundamentals here, Amelia.
And it's only 257 yards. If Gumberg can keep this low, he can get close to the flag. That left green side bunker wouldn't be bad. This is pulled left of that, though. It's going to sneak into it.
Yeah, there is a first cut of rough, but it's not very short. It's about 1.5 inches compared to 3 1/4 or so for the primary rough. It was topped on Tuesday night, according to Kerry Haig, and won't be touched again. So, you know, with a little moisture that we got Wednesday night and some sun, it's going to be very happy rough by the end of Sunday. Not for the players,
It sounds so
though.
nice the way you say it, Shane. Better them than us, right?
Well, golf is so much easier from in here.
Echeverria with some work in front of him at 15.
He is having an adventure on the golf course yesterday and today. Makes his home down in South Florida now. But yes, I can only imagine the transition for some of the international amateurs who come to the different colleges here in the US, like Ludwig Oberg from Sweden to Texas Tech. And then you've got someone like Echeverria to the University of Arkansas. Quite an adjustment.
Pollen in the greenside bunker.
A long bunker shot. Probably playing it with like a 50-degree, 52-degree sand wedge, trying to keep it low, let it trundle up to the hole. That's pretty well done. I hope his members back in Teton Village are paying attention. I'm sure they're cheering on their man.
Special week for these 20 PGA professionals out here.
Oh, absolutely. And you know all of their members are hopefully they're glued to our coverage, because we will show all of the players coming through these holes each day. Right up to the last player.
We've got a great wave of stars that'll be joining us shortly here on our featured holes, including world #1 Scotty Scheffler, who's in a share of the lead for the first time in his major championship career, which is hard to believe.
Well, it really is, isn't it? But as I said at the beginning, I think he's going to have to be very pleased. It's so much easier than fighting back from, you know, 3, 4, 6 shots behind all the time, as we watch John Parry here.
I've been starting to call this the Bryson DeChambeau shot. Shot that won him the U.S. Open 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was
And
pretty incredible, wasn't it?
The hardest shot in golf that John Parry has just pulled off
Oh,
beautifully from 55 yards.
Oh, I would give him a 9.5 out of 10 there.
How about an 11 out of 10? It's
I'm
below
a
the
hard
hole.
marker. I'm a hard marker.
Amelia, on Donald Ross greens, those are supposed to be the harder shots. Unbelievable.
Yes, Bryson's was at Pinehurst. Another Donald Ross gem. Now Echeverria trying to save par. We saw how slow this putt is with the previous group. I think that's going to be a common theme throughout the day.
That's always the unique thing of being on featured holes, is we get to watch all these guys play the holes and how they all think very similarly.
They do. And how we become experts when technically they are much more gifted than we are.
Over to Gumberg at 16.
Well, the fact that Gumberg didn't end up in the greenside bunker is short of it, making this shot more difficult out of the first cut. Not a lot of green to work with the rollout. Kind of all you can do there without getting too cute with it. We did see a lot of players yesterday around this 16th green leave it short, kind of hit through the grass, and it just came out totally dead. So that's a natural overcompensation from Gumberg.
Akshay Bhatia joins us at 15 on our featured hole.
Trying to start it up that right-hand side. Oh, that's a terrific play. Just needs to settle. Well done.
Finds the left side of the fairway. Back over to Novak.
Contact is imperative with this tight fairway.
Oh,
Not
really well
bad.
done.
Not bad at all. Yep. It's going to be a delicate putt coming back down the hill, but
A birdie look for Kurt Kitayama at 15.
former Arnold Palmer Invitational winner there at Bay Hill, and there's another one coming up short. I wonder how many balls from the center of the green we'll see past the hole today. I'm going to say under 10. I think everyone is going to be coming up short there.
Kitayama taps in for his par at 15. As Gumberg lining up his putt here at 16.
It is also interesting to see the trends on the greens. Yesterday when the flag on 16 was in the left, when players were left of the flag, everyone was leaving it on the high side. Just what tricks out the entire field, really. Few people can figure it out.
Yeah, sometimes the ridges and slopes are so subtle, it doesn't seem like anyone's able to pick them up.
This is going to be a very quick putt for Gumberg and turning left at the hole.
25 feet away for Jordan Gumberg.
Oh, it just held its line, didn't it? Didn't have any left at the end. It just kept on trucking. And that was extremely quick from there. You know, this is the kind of golf course and the kind of greens that it takes more than a couple of practice rounds to learn. And a lot of these players didn't really have the luxury that some of the top players do of taking their private jets up and, you know, having a few rounds the weeks or two before. They're just trying to learn as much as they can into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Well, given how quick the birdie for Gumberg was, it's important for Novak to still commit to this putt. Easy to get influenced by a competitor and not hit it with the same level of focus.
He trusts his line and drips it in.
Wow.
Beautiful touch.
That was a 1 foot stroke that went 8 feet.
They wanted firm and fast.
And they are getting it. This wind especially will be drying out the greens, taking all of the moisture out of those blades of grass.
Now Perry.
A little bit easier putt, slightly uphill.
Could be the simplest putt you get on this green. Uphill, turning left.
Just outside 7 feet for his birdie.
That definitely fooled him and us.
Yeah.
He expected that to break a ball to the left, and it broke about a ball to the right.
Gumberg still has 7 feet left.
Now this almost makes the putt for Gumberg a little more confusing, given it appeared that from below the hole was going to turn to the left. Gumberg is left of where Perry was, so this should be a straighter putt.
We saw him really have to grind through a 2-putt on 15, and similar story here for Gumberg on 16.
Just that whisker of left to right in it. I didn't see. Oh my goodness. That's disappointing. 3-putt.
Yeah, missed opportunity drops him to 4 over par, his second bogey of the day. And a couple of golfers from that group perplexed by these Donald Ross greens.
As they leave the green muttering to themselves and their caddy. Oh, to be a caddy. Listening to all the complaints.
Back over to 15, Akshay Bhatia, 3-time winner. Victory this year at Bay Hill in dramatic fashion.
A very experienced caddy on the bag. I like this combination. It's the voice of Joe Greiner. He's been around the tour a long time, caddied for some terrific players. And Akshay, still just 24 years old, and took the route, decided not to go to college. He's turned pro.
17 years old. He got his card. 4 over par. He has yet to make a cut at a PGA Championship.
It sounded heavy, didn't it? It's almost like the wind has turned a little bit. It looks like it's more right to left there on 15 than it had been.
And our first look at the 17th today with Andrew Novak.
And it's playing 214 yards today, Amelia. How is the wind affecting this shot today?
The wind is off the left, which forces these players to aim dangerously close to the pond and trust that the ball will drift towards the flag. You better make solid contact. Wow, Novak was trying to draw that into the wind, left it out there, and that is sailing to the right.
And buries itself in that primary rough. That has got to be one of the hardest shots. When the flag is left.
Look at the different pin placements between rounds 1 and 2, Jane.
Much easier hole, accessible hole location yesterday than it is today. And with the wind off the left, with water left, ooh, Amelia, I don't envy these guys.
No, we're going to see a lot of bailouts to the right.
Perry next.
That is straight up in the air. If it goes, anything on the putting surface is an excellent shot.
Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty good with a fairway wood.
It's perfect. Yeah. I agree.
Also, I mean, you can see those flags.
Well, the par 3s are part of the test out here at Aronimink Golf Club.
Yeah.
This 17th hole, which is intimidating on the eyes, is actually playing as the 3rd toughest par 3 out here, with number 8 being the toughest, playing over half a shot over par yesterday in the opening round.
Yeah, it was almost a quarter of a shot over par here, and only 46% of the players were able to hit the green in regulation.
I mean, that just shows how difficult all the par 3s are out here. The fact that 17th is supposed to be the second easiest, and it's 214 yards into the teeth. Well, this is an excellent draw against the wind. It's just left of the flag.
Oh, what a good shot. All he needed was another couple of yards of carry, and that would have gone on down that little slope. Well executed shot, though. That takes a lot of guts, Amelia.
There's a smile on the face of Gumberg walking up 17. We'll have an opportunity for our first birdie at 17. Jane, take us through 16.
Playing 538 yards today, 4 yards shorter than the par 4 15th. But the trick here is to try and hit it on the fairway. Bunkers there at 281 if you want to try and carry it. It is playing against the wind and the wind left to right, so that's going to be a challenge to keep your ball on the fairway. If you don't, you've got to try and lay it up in between this cache of bunkers that guards the left and right of the fairway to this little chipping area, pitching area, I would say. Left side, if you can lay it up, you've got a much better approach to this front right hole location.
Playing 538 yards today, right into the wind. Here's Kurt Kitayama from the right fairway.
Well, one of the longer hitters on tour. Okay, that's a good leave.
Third from Akshay Bhatia, greenside bunker. And Akshay flips it up beautifully.
Oh, top shot there. Fantastic effort. Should ensure his par. Well done.
That group on the green, back to the tee box on 15, where the captain of the European Ryder Cup team joins us, the 5-time PGA Tour winner, former world #1, Luke Donald.
And good to see him playing some nice golf amongst all these Ryder Cup responsibilities. Still obviously working hard on his game. Never has been one of the longer hitters on tour, but oh, he has such wonderful touch around the greens. Good tee shot there from Luke.
Yeah, he was 1 over on his opening round. He's 1 under today. Don't forget, he shot a 67 in his opening round of the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow a year ago. 48-year-old can still play. Akshay Bhatia tapped in his par up ahead at 15. You see a whole bunch of golfers at 3 under par. Scotty Scheffler just went out on course here at Aronimink Golf Club. Second round coverage continues next. Featured holes coverage continues here on ESPN. The PGA Championship, the second from Novak. Coming across the spine at 17.
Keep on going. Come on. Okay, not a bad effort out of that thick primary rough. It's so hard to control your chip shots from there. It's kind of like hit and hope almost.
Wedge shot from Kitayama, his third at 16.
This was an excellent leave. Want to finish underneath the hole. That was excellent touch.
Yeah, really well played from Kitayama. A little work there for his birdie. To Gumberg, his second at 17.
And opting to go with the putter. I think a smart play from the front edge there. Come on, run it out. Oh, he'd love it another couple of feet. Not too many gimmies on these Donald Ross greens that have such a lot of slope. They're large greens that play small in the different little quadrants where the holes are located. So you've got to be in the right spot.
Now Michael Thorbjornsen on the green, playing alongside Akshay.
And not having a good week so far. So much talent.
You have to think one of these days he's going to break through.
Out.
He's got so much talent. One of the longest hitters on the PGA Tour.
Just a work in progress, really, isn't he?
Back to Perry at 17.
Up and over this little ridge. Start to pick up speed. Nice touch. I don't think we're going to be seeing many golfers left of this flagstick today, Stephen.
I agree. Now Polland for his par.
Oh, what a save. And that was being in the rough after Polland's third shot. So scrambled out of the greenside bunker to save par.
Well done for the PGA professional out of Jackson Hole. Hoodie up for Akshay Bhatia as he gets set to hit the tee shot at 16.
Yeah, it's not exactly a heat wave out there right now. My little temperature gauge says 52 degrees here. Setting up from the left-hand side of the tee box, and with the wind coming off the left, a little bit easier for a left-hander to hit a fade and try and hold it up against this breeze. We'll see what he chooses to do. I'd be disappointed with that effort. Right idea, poor execution.
Well, the back nine has gotten the most out of Akshay Bhatia. He's 7 over par on the back nine this week. Now Kitayama finishes off his birdie.
Well, that back nine played at an average of 36.46 compared to 35.8 on the front. So it definitely is playing almost 2/3 of a stroke harder than the front nine.
Over to Jordan Gumberg moments ago.
Good stroke. Excellent par. Take a par and run every day. These par threes are so difficult. It is hard to believe that this was the third most difficult par three out of the 4. That is crazy. Number 8 played very hard. It's very downhill and straight into the teeth of the wind yesterday afternoon. I was watching our ESPN coverage, and boy, it was difficult and cold out there.
Second shot from Luke Donald at 15.
And the first 5 holes of his round, he's only had 6 putts. That'll do.
That plays on most golf courses, Jane.
It certainly does. I was saying what a great short game he had, and it is bearing fruit for sure.
Making his 18th PGA Championship appearance.
I've always thought he's such a neat player, you know, good, solid fundamentals. He's going to have to use all of his expertise there.
Kitayama ready to go at 17.
The wind has switched to being more cross than into. That was a compressed iron shot to the right center.
I needed one more weapon there, I think. That wind just ate it up. But he should be able to get down into from there.
Kitayama's had a really strong 2026 season, tied for second at the Genesis. Other top 10s at the RBC Heritage and the Cadillac, trending nicely coming into this week.
We'll see what kind of shot Pollan decides to play.
I like the trap draw, especially with the iron. Hold it up against the wind.
It looks to be where he's aiming, Amelia.
Starting this right center of the green, just starting too far out to the right for it to draw back.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult long bunker shot from that position. Hope it didn't bury.
Yeah, and Echeverria next to play at 17.
Come the afternoon, this is going to be the prime location for the spectators because you can see 16th green, 17 tee, 9 tee. You have the 10th and the 8th green just in front of you. It's a perfect spot, and everyone packs around here.
You're going to get your lawn chair out?
Heck yeah.
Oh, this is a good-looking shot if it's the right club. Oh, everyone just coming up a little bit short. One more club.
Echeverria, Kitayama just in front of this 17th green. A test awaits at Aronimink.
Rather have left rough or this right bunker? This right bunker right here in front of you? This, yeah. All right, left rough.
Akshay Bhatia talking things over with Joe Greiner.
Going down the bottom of the grip with his fairway wood, trying to just gouge something out.
Kick right. Unreal.
I think he impressed his caddy. Sometimes the fairway wood actually is the play. The grass doesn't quite grab the hosel like it does on a long iron or a mid iron, and it will scamper. You know, it'll once it hits the ground, it'll keep going.
It's amazing how many of these professionals have used the wood out of the rough today.
And more than likely like a 7 would.
And now Ricky Castillo making his PGA Championship debut, winner of the Puerto Rico Open in March for his first win.
I like the beanie.
It's going to be short of the greenside bunker, but it's going to be a flat lie, so it could be okay. Ricky Castillo could be one of the best players from around the greens I know, playing junior golf with him. So if anyone can handle it, it's him.
Thorbjornsen next to play.
Thorbjornsen has so much power. 264 hole in the short grass. I'm excited to see how this second shot ends up.
He's going with the driver off the deck, Amelia. Such a pretty golf swing.
Greenside bunker will be a fine leave to the right pin.
I think I would rather be in the bunker than short of the bunker.
Second from Kitayama at 17. Kurt Kitayama starting to work his way up.
Showing lovely touch there the last couple of holes with his chipping. These guys spend hours and hours around the practice green. You can't ever take those straightforward chip and runs for granted.
Third from Donald over at 15.
Oh, masterclass. Third time in a row that Luke Donald is going to be the European Ryder Cup captain. I mean, they know when they're on a good thing, don't they?
And Americans listening just cringe.
They do.
It's amazing what he has built.
That's a nice play as well. I have actually played a Dare Manor. I played in a World Cup representing Australia over there. It was kind of the European Tour World Cup, which I don't know quite how that worked, where there was a American Tour World Cup, but I love the golf course. I think it's going to be a terrific match play course. Beautiful old hotel. I'm looking forward to being a spectator.
Hideki Matsuyama joins us at 15, the 11-time PGA Tour winner.
Such a good iron player. Just off the tee can have some trouble. Almost won the WM Phoenix Open, but had the lefts going late with the driver.
It's kind of been flying under the radar, really, hasn't he, of late, Hideki?
I love when Hideki's in contention. He's so fun to watch play. His bad shots, when he lets go of the club, they're often 5 feet from the hole. It's the Hideki follow-through.
Indeed.
He's made the cut in 22 of the last 23 majors. Last year's PGA Championship ended his streak, and now Xander Schauffele owns the longest consecutive made cut streak at majors at 16. Here's Echeverria on the front side of 17. Max Homa playing alongside Hideki.
A cut is the ideal shot shape on the 15th tee with this hole tilted from right to left. Almost hitting it out towards those bunkers. They come into play at 305.
Oh, almost got our... Oh, looks like they're one of the Japanese TV crew that follow Hideki everywhere. Max working hard on his swing. I think the criticism on Max really, Amelia, is that he's playing golf swing and not playing golf.
It's very easy to get into that trap because as perfectionists, athletes, you want to have the perfect swing, everything get technically sound. You have to play the game. That's how you score.
Now J.J. Spawn coming off of a double bogey at the par 3 14th.
A resilient player, though, is Spawn. When he won the U.S. Open, he made 5 fives to start out that final round on Sunday. It's a nice tee shot. It stays out of the bunkers.
This
Oh,
gets
but
held
that-
up in the rough.
Yeah, that rough just reached up and said, nope, you're not going any further.
As this group makes their way up 15, we head back over to the captain of the European Ryder Cup team, Luke Donald, trying to get up and down. He does so. getting a special invite this week from the PGA of America.
And certainly showing that he more than belongs.
To Batia.
Oh, wasn't able to control his spin. He'll be disappointed in that effort.
Kitayama for his par at 17. Finishes it off nicely.
Yep, you can never be too unhappy with a par at 17.
Yeah, works through our featured holes nicely, sitting at 1 under. As Donald fires at 16.
He looks resigned to the fact that it might go right. I don't think he made good contact with that one.
Brown green trees today?
Yep, same.
Yes. Love it.
5.
Yep.
Castillo from the sand.
No one utilizes that slope extremely well. Green slopes all the way down to that hole location from that left bunker. Well done.
Stuart Sink playing alongside Luke Donald at 5 over par. 8-time winner on tour. 2009 Open champion.
Playing superb golf on PGA Tour champions this year.
Yeah, the senior PGA champion. That win earned him a spot in this major.
Yeah, this golf course is one of, I think it's the only one to have hosted both the Women's PGA and the Senior PGA, as well as a regular PGA Championship this week.
Yeah, it was the first to ever do it, and then Congressional joined them in the mix as well. It's Batia.
That's a heck of a golf course.
Yeah. We'll tap in.
That's where Rory McIlroy won his US Open. As a very young, curly-headed kid. He was fun to watch off the tee. Boy, he was just on fire, and it was a very wet golf course. Made the fairways wide. He just bombed it. Overpowered the golf course.
He thought he could overpower this golf course here this week, and
he was
he's
sadly
got some work
mistaken
to do today.
He spent a lot of time out on the driving range yesterday, as Amelia noted, trying to find the key to accuracy.
And he bogeyed his final 4 holes to shoot 74. Now, Thorbjornsen looking to try and get a little bit back on track here with a birdie opportunity at 16.
Stanford grad, just like Tiger Woods. He now lives in Massachusetts, where he grew up.
Here's that fairway wood from the rough. It's Homa.
Requiring a lot of precision, but this is quickly moving to the left. And the flag is on that left side, so it's going to be a short-sided shot upcoming for Homa.
Yeah, that's going to require all of his skill there, Amelia.
Mm-hmm. We've been saying that a lot this morning. The conditions have not been any easier for the morning wave. Winds already gusting at 20.
Now J.J. Spawn. What's his lie look like, Amelia?
It's not good. It's sitting just above the bunker in the rough. And so the stance is going to be slightly awkward. And it's just buried. The bunkers are strategically placed from Donald Ross, so he's just going to muscle this out there and hope it runs.
He really didn't have much chance of getting to the green, did he, with that lie?
That was pretty well executed.
Yeah. And with this hole location on the left, the way the whole hole really cambers from right to left. A lot of balls that are ending up, if you can't hit the green, they're ending up on the left side. That's making an up and down very, very difficult.
To Matsuyama.
Matsuyama, naturally an aggressive player. You cannot be aggressive with this shot because the flag is tucked on the left. It's downwind and the green is firm.
Just over 200 yards for Matsuyama.
And as you said, not able to impart much spin on the ball, being so strongly downwind. It's all right. It's a green in regulation. He can two-putt from there.
Over to the fairway on 16. Luke Donald gets set to hit his second.
Down on the green bins. Yeah, green bins, whiteboard, whatever you want with it. Yeah.
Well, he wasn't too happy with his tee shot. Didn't sound like it made super. He made super contact with it, super solid contact, but it's in the fairway. A lengthy one now, up coming into the wind here on this par 5.
Nice smooth tempo from Donald.
Yeah, it never really wavers. Same tempo throughout the bag. And that is just fine.
It will be a 3-shot hole for most today, 16. Despite historically playing as one of the easiest here at Aronimink. And Donald and Sink playing alongside Jesse Dromer, who was the winner of the PGA Professionals Championship at Bandon Dunes, making his 3rd career major appearance. Golf instructor from Riverbend Country Club in Sugar Land, Texas.
Even has his own parking spot this week. He was pretty excited about that.
That's when you know you've made it.
Absolutely. 288 yards. Looks like he's just going to lay up for position. And leaves himself a good angle to this right-hand front hole location today here at 16.
Tahoma from the rough. And Jane, talking to him the other day during the practice round, I asked him his thoughts on the course. And he said, much harder than I thought it was. And I think we're seeing that from the entire field.
I think so. And the conditions are certainly adding to the difficulty as well. Cool temperatures, windy days.
Second from Sink at 16.
Sneaky long is Stuart Sink.
Right.
And he's in extremely good shape for being over 50 years old. And loving his time on PGA Tour Champions, no doubt.
52-year-old. Won the RBC Heritage just a couple of years ago.
Swing.
Generating a good amount of club head speed still. Trying to get it to run up there. Okay. It's a good leave.
Back over to 15, J.J. Spawn.
A couple of mounds to work with for Spawn. Everything slopes to the right.
J.J.
Oh, how good is that?
flirts with the edge.
What a gutsy performance it was at Oakmont last year. Wow.
Batia at 17.
Oh, I'm liking the look of this one, Akshay. It's the right club. Oh, yes.
Maybe the best we've seen to the par 3 17 so far this morning.
It might be one of the best we will see. Terrific, terrific shot there from the young man. Hideki Matsuyama, been on tour for so long. He's still not very old. And it's interesting because he's kind of an enigma. You know, he can speak English, but he chooses to use an interpreter when he has an interview because he wants to make sure, you know, he's exactly recorded how he wants to be, how his thoughts are.
It's honestly not talked about enough how scary it must be to move across the world and try and speak a language that's so difficult to learn. I remember Sayri Pak in 2019. I was part of a Q&A where she was talking about that.
And she was such a trailblazer for the Asian players, really, wasn't she?
Out of Korea, I remember she said when she won her first major, everyone was telling her congratulations. She had no idea what a major was. She said she was just focused on playing the best golf she could, and it was so inspirational to hear her journey to being as good of a player as she became and coming to the States and adapting in so many ways.
Indeed. Yes, when you, you know, like I came from Australia, but English is my first language. Now, I can't imagine going to Japan or going to Korea, uprooting your whole life and playing on their tours and having to learn their language. To give all those players from Asia a lot of credit coming over here as we watch Homer.
And it can be a lonely lifestyle on the road, the way these guys travel. And Homer, well judged.
Well, and Hideki also deals with so much media attention. There's a huge entourage of TV and cameras and everything wherever he goes.
Yeah, a bit of a Japanese folk hero.
Indeed.
And an inspiration for this next wave of great Japanese players. A name like Ryo Hisatsune, who finds himself at 3 under par in a share of the lead. As Homa cleans it up.
It's got to be very frustrating for someone like Max, who's had such great success, played on President's Cups and Ryder Cups, and now just kind of struggling with his game. He's changed equipment manufacturers, and sometimes that's not the best thing for you.
Yeah. Homa has at least one top 5 finish in 7 straight seasons, but he's still looking for his first this year. He was the first alternate into the field this week. And now Hideki Matsuyama playing that Strixon 78. The significance of that 78, that was the bib number at Augusta National in 2021 when he won his lone major. He still plays with the 78 ball to this day.
That's a wonderful story. What a great victory that was.
As he pours it in.
And I remember his caddy taking the flag and bowing to the golf course afterwards. That was such a wonderful photograph, such a wonderful scene, such reverence for the game and the golf course.
Positioning himself nicely to chase a second major.
Yeah, no one's really been talking about Hideki at all.
He's just gone about his business, made every cut this year, 6 top 25 finishes.
You never know.
And Spawn makes his par to stay at 1 over.
It's early days in the championship, just kind of jockeying for position, and 3 under still the lead.
Back over to Donald, his 3rd at 16.
Just a sand wedge here for Luke. And a smart play, manages his spin nicely. As we look at Patrick Reed as 1 under today, jumped up on the leaderboard. As we look at the 17th green, where Batia, Thor Bjornsson, where their golf balls are.
It is interesting, we noticed how many balls were missed left yesterday on 17. And no balls left to the flag, really, so far today. The water in play a little bit more today. Thor Bjornsson.
Oh, I thought he had it.
What a two that would have been.
Oh. That would have helped. Oh, pretty straightforward. Little pitch here for Stewart. Just sounded a tad clunky. Didn't quite nip it like he wanted to. It still looks chilly out there, doesn't it?
Sure does. Batia with the hood up for his birdie. Give it to him.
Oh, come on, wind.
Well, if you remember at Bay Hill earlier this year, this happened in the morning of the final round. He finished his third round. He waited for his golf ball. You have 10 seconds to see if it will drop. It dropped at Bay Hill. Will it drop here?
No.
Unfortunately not.
What would be the odds of two of those in one season happening, Stephen? That was a great attitude about it.
Hideki at 16.
That's a common theme here on 16. Such a difficult driving hole.
Hideki, a little work in front of him at 16. The tall grass, the beautiful look of Aronimink Golf Club.
The foundation of America mixed with modern city life. That's Philadelphia in a nutshell. Can't you feel it? Just look at the Liberty Bell, or Betsy Ross House, or Independence Hall. This is where it all started with the Declaration, and is still going strong. Here's one more self-evident truth. Philly rocks, past, present, and future.
The voice of Big Dom, the security guard for the Philadelphia Eagles, a bit of a legend in the city of brotherly love. Here's a legend in Europe, Luke Donald. The captain drips it in for a birdie at 16.
Such a good putter. Wonderful birdie, just textbook for not a long hitter. Plot your way around the golf course. Now he's 1 under par. I wonder if he'll play PGA Tour Champions. He's just 48 as it stands right now, so perhaps that might be in his future.
First look at JT Poston, the 3-time PGA Tour winner on 15.
The left-hand side of the fairway, trying to bring it in from right to left.
Had a really strong showing last year at Quail Hollow, tied for 5th. His first PGA Championship finish inside the top 40. Saw the birdie from Donald. Now Stewart Cink going to try and follow it up on the green at 16.
A very quick putt, this one. just dripped off to the right.
Ben Kern, PGA General Manager at Hickory Hills Golf Club in Grove City, Ohio, making his third career major appearance. He finished one shot behind Jesse Dromer at the PGA Professional Championship at Bandon Dunes.
Two good solid shots there as we watch Stuart Sink. Let's tidy up for his par. He broke a lot of people's hearts at Turnberry when he beat Tom Watson in a playoff. Oh my gosh. Now the 16th hole, 538 yards. Here is where our guys hit. And Max Homa's in that left-hand bunker, and of course, so easy to miss the fairway on the right for Matsuyama and Spawn, probably just in that first cut of rough.
The lie is okay for JJ Spawn. Hideki's also in that right rough. For Max Homa, is going to be harder to advance it. These players in the right rough, they can hit something with a lot of speed and just get it to tumble. The only part of the course you have to guard against are these fairway bunkers along the right side.
They're certainly strategically placed, aren't they, for a missed fairway and a forced layup.
Thank you, Donald Ross. That was a well-executed shot from Spawn. He'll have a full wedge in.
And a lot of these bunkers, Amelia, were made larger in previous redesigns. And Gil Hanse and Jim Wagner looked at the old aerial photographs of when this course opened, and there were clusters of smaller bunkers. And they decided to recreate that look for Aronimink.
That's so critical to restore the course to how it was originally intended for the way the game is played today. And Donald Ross and Gil Hanse did an excellent job at that.
Matsuyama safely into the fairway.
Well, there's only two par fives here, and you know these players are disappointed not to be able to attempt to reach the green in two. They're forced to lay up because of missed tee shots.
It's also the mark of how a golf course can play completely different when you have an opposite wind. We've had into the wind on 16. That's buried in the rough for Homa. If it was downwind, it would be a pitch and putt on this 16th hole. I love that it's into.
Yeah, it may switch on the weekend as the temperatures warm up, so that is going to throw another wrench in the get along, isn't it?
Back over to 17, Captain Luke Donald, fresh off his birdie at 16.
Aiming it at the flag and letting the wind drift it to the right. Well, we've seen a lot of players come up short. He's the first one that we've seen go over the back of the green. Be up against that first cut of rough. That could be a little bit of a challenge.
Russell Henley, part of the group on the green at 15. He's sitting at 4 over par, making his 13th PGA Championship. Missed the cut last year at Quail Hollow, but he does have 3 consecutive top 10 finishes in majors coming into this week.
He's such a tidy player, isn't he? He's not super long off the tee, but does everything very solidly, I would say.
And traditionally has played tough golf courses really well. I mean, this year alone, tied for 3rd at the Masters, tied for 6th at Bay Hill, a course that he's won on in the past.
They're two excellent examples of challenging courses. Accuracy is important, and good touch around the greens as well. Come on, keep going. Lacked a bit of authority there.
Ninth in the official world golf rankings. 97 of the top 100 golfers in the official world golf rankings in the field this week, making it the strongest field in major championship golf.
Here's a good view of the 15th green. Kind of high on the edges, slopes down towards the center of the green, kind of a punch bowl style green.
Not many flat putts out here, Jane.
Not too many. Probably the 16th green is one of the flatter greens, but this putt will be going downhill a little bit to start with, and then quite a good amount of uphill in the last, say, 8 to 10 feet. You're going to have to be firm. JT Poston, normally such good touch.
Inside 50 feet. And Poston
There you go.
judges the pace perfectly.
He's one of the few that have.
Seen a lot of golfers come up short coming across this 15th green.
Yeah, such good touch. Just a very natural putter. Kind of looks like he was born with a putter in his hands.
To 16, the third from Homa.
This is a terrible lie. We'll have to chase something up there.
Certainly was. You could hear how thick that grass was. He's paying the ultimate price, isn't he, here on 16 for missing a tee shot. And he looks not very happy.
Matsuyama next to play.
122 yards for Matsuyama, dead into the wind. Got to flight this one to control it.
Wow.
With how good Hideki is with his wedges, that was a surprising shot.
I'm shocked.
Close to the number, right? Yeah, I mean, you can land it like
PGA professional Ben Kern coming across the 15th green. See if you learn something from Poston.
He joins a long list of players that have left it short. A little chip and run from the back of the green with a relatively straight face club for Donald. Settle right there.
Nicely played. From Donald.
That'll leave him with a much easier putt, slightly uphill. It's a good leave there for Donald.
Look at some of the scoring on the 16th so far today, Jane. 4 birdies, 6 pars. Not many able to get there in 2.
No, there were 2 eagles yesterday. 39 birdies, so a little catching up to do today.
And this is a tiny area where this flag's located on the front right. It was good control from Spahn.
He'll have an opportunity for birdie at 16. Trying to get back to even par. Stewart Cink, putter in hand from off the green at 17.
Oh, let him in. Goodness me.
Just a little too much heat from the 52-year-old, but a smile on the face of Cink. Almost got away with our first birdie at 17.
Can't believe that didn't go down.
A wave to the crowd. Great crowds all week expected from the Philadelphia area. Sports crazed city. They love their golf. Corey Connors at even par. Tees off at 15.
Yeah, one of the straighter hitters on tour. Such a solid golf swing. Well done.
To Homa at 16.
Probably the best place you can leave yourself, even though it is Homa's 4th shot. It's going to be about a 5-footer, but that will be a tester.
He just looks very disconsolate right at the moment, Amelia.
It's easy to do when you feel like you're getting all the worst lies.
You've got to be so disciplined and patient.
Donald trying to get up and down on 17. And he stays at 1 under par. An impressive showing from the captain through our featured holes. 1 under to Matsuyama.
Still can't believe he hit his 3rd shot into that bunker, Amelia. I'm just shocked. He's trying to figure out what happened.
Just mishit, but 120 yards from the middle of the fairway, not something we ever really see from Matsuyama. When you get this crosswind, if anything is a little off, it just exaggerates the miss.
Especially when the wind is left to right.
Mm-hmm.
We have quite a collection of star power making their way through our featured holes now. It'll be a fun next few hours. Feels like everywhere around this cup, Amelia, you have to think.
Yeah, it's honestly amazing how quick it is around the hole. We saw Andrew Novak make birdie from a similar spot to JJ Spaun. He was a little closer, and it looked like he was going to leave his 8-footer short, and it just kept on rolling. You have to play this so far out to the left, and then it takes so much speed with that side slope left of Spaun.
Oh, that didn't take any break. That was surprising. He expected some, obviously. I think I'd like $1 for every hoodie that's out there in the crowd today. And even some of the players have their hoodies up. Hideki much more traditional with the V-neck sweater, Amelia.
Oh, I love it. I love a little V-neck and a collar.
Yeah.
It's my favorite look. And it's coming back.
I love it.
It's really always been a timeless outfit, though, in golf.
Yeah. Cashmere sweaters look good on everyone.
Yeah.
I used to love going over to play in Scotland, and you go to the Lyle and Scott or the Pringle factory and get your little Argyle V-neck sweater. Many, many moons ago, mind you. The Argyle is not really in anymore.
Jane, you can bring it back.
Ah, hey.
It's never too late.
Nick Faldo rocked it for a good while, didn't he? And, of course, the great Jack Nicklaus.
It's also so nice to give someone a hug when they're wearing a cashmere sweater. It's so soft and cozy.
All right, Hideki. It's for par.
It's a deceiving putt. Can turn to the right.
Well
That was
done.
well executed.
Good scramble there. Whew.
That's kind of one of those holes. Well, the scorecard was a par if I made up and down from the bunker or if I two-putted from
right.
20 feet.
No room for pictures on the scorecard, just numbers.
Corey Connors at 15, hitting his 2nd from the fairway.
A 34-year-old from Canada, making his residence now in South Florida. Probably smarter for length of season, being able to practice and play down there.
Now Homa's putt. Rings it around.
Oof. Happy to see that one go down. It's a tough week so far for Max.
A dejected look for Homa.
And when you are a player like Homa or these players that are 5, 6, 7 over par. You're just trying to find something today. Find something that's going to get you 1% better. It's the mindset you have to have, Jane. You know better than anyone playing on tour. You can't get too wrapped up in the outcome, not playing well in a major, because it's just going to wear on you.
Yeah, you've just got to have such mental discipline.
Spawn cleans up his par and stay at 1 over. As he hustles over to the tee box on 17. To the Aussie, Adam Scott in the rough on 15. Able to run it up to the center of this green. 45-year-old from Australia. Back at the PGA Championship, where Patrick Reed, Minwoo Lee and company sit at 3 under par. Welcome back to featured holes coverage of the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club just outside of Philadelphia. On 17, Hideki Matsuyama a moment ago.
Oh, go.
Oh, Hideki fires it in there beautifully. And it's getting better. Living on the edge at 17. Hideki will take it. Hideki puts it inside 10 feet. That is the first golfer we've seen so far today, Jane, put it inside 15 feet on 17.
Well, it is such a demanding hole, that left-hand hole location with the wind coming off the left. And Amelia, does it look like the wind is dying down a little bit? The flags don't seem quite as blowing quite as strongly across.
Just as you asked that, the wind is down. Now, by the time Spawn hits this shot, it could be up to 15 miles an hour again. Now, what makes this hole challenging is the flag is in line with the water if you go left, although JJ is going in the complete opposite direction. That is right of the bunkers.
Oh, the only consolation is that he might have gotten into a trampled down lie. Might make it a little bit easier, but it's so hard to judge out of that thick rough.
Turning this into a short par 4.
Yeah, it's an intimidating shot. Nothing worse than a left pin with a left-right wind with water left. I think that's a golfer's nightmare.
It really tests how in control are you actually of your golf ball? With Water left, bunkers right. The greens on the edges rise in the back area, so if you miss it there, you have a lot of slope to contend with.
Good looking shape from Homa. And he might be inside Hideki.
Well, he didn't look too happy with it. I think he thought it was in the water, but it carried far enough and hit the right side of that slope.
There's a smile on the face of Max Homa, making his way up 17. Back over to Corey Connors with a birdie opportunity.
Uphill all the way. It's a good view of it. Come on, keep going. It's okay. Par is a very, very good score here at 15. I think Corey would be too disappointed with that.
Connors playing alongside Adam Scott, who has battled a little bit in his second round. Just his second green he's hit in regulation.
We chatted to Adam, didn't we, in the practice round?
He's a fan favorite of Jane Crafter sitting next to me.
Wow.
Gave you a big hug in the middle of the fairway. It was great to see. A little Aussie love.
He's always been such a love to speak to, and very generous with his time when I've done PGA Tour Live and an interview. Very friendly. Such a gentleman. And we talked to him about, this is his 99th major in a row, and he told us, Stephen, that it's actually his 100th major.
Gave us a little inside scoop.
Yeah, his first major was when he had just turned pro, 2000, the old course. Open Championship, playing the practice round with Tiger Woods as a 20-year-old.
He told us he felt more like a spectator than a player playing with Tiger Woods in a practice round.
And everyone loved to watch Tiger Woods in the year 2000. Wow, what a year that was.
He would go on and win at St. Andrews that year. To Victor Hovland at 15.
Well, Victor loves to play a fade. Let's see if he can control his ball flight here. Yes. That's ideal.
Settles nicely onto the left side of the fairway. Daniel Berger playing alongside Adam Scott. Has this for par. Four-time PGA Tour winner. Almost had a wire-to-wire win at Bay Hill before losing in a playoff to Akshay Bhatia earlier this year. Would have been his first win since 2021 at Pebble Beach.
He's had his share of injury, hasn't he? Had wrist injury, and that's hard to come back from.
Shane Lowry playing alongside Victor Hovland.
Setting up for a fade also.
Shane sitting at even par.
It's going to have to get lucky. And even that first cut of rough is dense.
Corey Connors cleans up his par at 15, stay at even.
Yeah, and that club he's holding right now can hold him back. He is a little erratic sometimes with that putter.
Now the 2020 PGA champion, Colin Morikawa, at 15.
He's been dealing with back problems. You can see he's not going at the ball with 100% force that he usually does. Settle.
And Morikawa coming off of consecutive bogeys to get back over par. He's had one over to Adam Scott for his par.
He told us that he's actually starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with the putter. He's been having a few issues of late, but such a good ball striker at 45 years old, just can really generate a lot of club head speed. Great with his iron play.
Spawn at 17, coming across and over the spine.
Or not.
Trying to get over the spine.
That's a good example of, if you miss the green right, what you're going to have to deal with.
As we join that group back on 17 live. Here's Spawn eyeing up a long look at par.
Yeah, this hole today measuring 214 yards as opposed to 241 yesterday. So you'd think it'd be playing a little bit easier. But hole location is such the main ingredient in that level of difficulty. It might be shorter, but I think it's a difficult hole to attack.
From 24 feet away for Spawn.
Come on, get there.
So JJ plays our featured holes at 1 over after the bogey on 17. He's 2 over on the day for the championship.
Middle of the green here on 17 every day, and you'd be well served.
Now, 2 of the best shots we saw into 17 today coming from Matsuyama and Homa. First to play is Hideki, 9 feet 10 inches for his birdie.
I don't think there's going to be a massive amount of break, maybe just a little bit of right to left in this putt. But it's certainly going to be quick.
To move him to 2 under on the day and 2 under for the championship. He rums it past the left side.
And it was both of those things, a little right to left and fast. Clearly underestimated that. He's trying to figure it out. He's like, goodness me, what happened?
Homa lines up this putt. You might notice a name that's missing from the top of the leaderboard, Jane. And Scotty Scheffler, he's actually 2 over through his first 3 holes here on Friday.
Well, traditionally gotten off to such a poor start in round 1s this year. Maybe he's having his poor round in round 2.
Homa just can't get it to go today.
Oh, just one of those days. Knowing Scotty Scheffler, though, he's going to work his way back. He doesn't get too high or too low, just goes about his business and keeps working on the game plan.
Could be back to 3 under by the time he joins us in a few holes.
More than likely.
Shane Lowry at 15.
Only about a 15-yard window to get something up towards the front of the green because of those greenside bunkers.
Oh, he did it well, though, Amelia.
Anything
Even that
in the
first
middle of the green is just really good shot, Jane.
Absolutely, and even that first cut of rough was quite thick as we just go back to Matsuyama cleaning up for his par.
Hideki keeping his clean card here on Friday. Look at the other 2 shots from Hovland and Morikawa, setting themselves up nicely with their seconds at 15. Hovland going to be first to play.
Off a slight downslope, and this wind is staying strong.
Ball a little bit above his feet. Should be helpful.
Probably the most aggressive line we've seen so far, Jane.
It still scampers toward the back of the green.
to Morikawa.
After Morikawa won out at Pebble in February, it was such a shame to then the week after start to have some back problems. It just felt like Morikawa is back, and he still is having a really good season despite the back pain. This is from 194 yards, not able to get the speed through that shot. Although it did kind of hang up. It's not going to be in the bunker in the first cut, which will be a much easier shot.
Yeah, he's still trying to figure out how much force he can put into his swing, isn't he? He looks going at it a little gingerly.
Yeah, to Amelia's point, tied for 7th at the Masters, tied for 4th at the Heritage. The champions making their way through our featured holes here at Aronimink. Welcome back to featured hole coverage of the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Beautiful look at this 15th green. Donald Ross design.
And it is a challenging one. It's the biggest on the golf course. It's 11,000 square feet, 45 yards deep. And the hole today is located 23 steps on and just 4 off the left. So tucked on that left-hand side, and slopes coming off that left-hand side. Really, kind of everything feeds towards the center of the green here at the 15th. So it's going to make this chip shot a little more difficult, as you can see the slope from the left that Morikawa is going to have to deal with. It's a bit of a low point about halfway. He's going to try and fly his golf ball just over that.
Like that.
He kind of ran it right through the break, didn't he?
And that'll leave him a fast putt coming back down the hill.
Let's have a look at the contact again. As we said, that first cut of rough at about 1.5 inches. The ball doesn't really want to sit up on it. It tends to want to sit down, and that makes contact with those little chip shots that much more difficult. I think he would not be terribly happy with that one.
A lot of these golfers in the field this week played in 2018 when the BMW Championship was here, even some back in 2010 and 2011 when the PGA Tour made a stop in Aronimink. But this is the first time that Collin Morikawa has seen this golf course. Talked to him earlier this week about it. And he said he really had to put an emphasis in his practice rounds, just trying to learn this property, especially these greens. And we'll see what he was able to learn here with this putt.
Well, and it's not easy to be able to cram everything into 2 or 3 days. You could spend hours and hours around these greens, and sadly you really don't have that option because you've got 155 other people who want to do the same. So you can't take forever. You just have to be to pay a lot of attention and be very meticulous in your preparation.
Shane Lowry sitting at even par as he gets ready for a birdie look at 15. He's not finished inside the top 30 at a major since the 2024 Open.
A lengthy one going downhill and then sharply back uphill. Keep going. And another one that comes up short.
Back up to the tee box. Robert McIntyre.
And the long hitting Scott trying to hit this fairway. Does not appear that he was successful.
First time entering this PGA Championship inside the top 20 in the official World Golf ranking for McIntyre. He's currently 12th. Playing alongside Chris Goddard, who's 10th in those rankings. Think about the year he's had, because 1 year ago this week, Jane, 193rd in the ranking.
So much talent, such length and strength off the tee. You can see where he's aiming, going to play a big cut.
2 wins early this season at the Sony and in Phoenix.
Yeah, and look how far that ball is scampering down the fairway.
Hovland with his putt on 15. The line he's taking. Settle.
Well, that's a prime example of how important it is to leave your ball below the hole.
And Tommy Fleetwood playing alongside Bobby Mack and Goddard.
Yeah, winner of last year's Tour Championship for his breakthrough victory on the PGA Tour. Talk about joy and relief. There's not going to be much joy or relief over there, though, Stephen. Goodness me.
Was able to break through at the Tour Championship. Now trying to break through at a major. 8 top 10s at a major without a win.
There's always one more hill to climb, isn't there?
Adam Scott would like to pick up another major. Former Masters champion.
2013, I think all of Australia had tears in their eyes when he was victorious there at Augusta.
Beauty into 16.
That's going to be a long way back toward the leaderboard right now for Adam Scott, though.
To the green on 15, Morikawa.
Such a delicate putt for Morikawa. One of those where you have to trust that start line. Just a foot and a half in front of the ball.
It's hard to get an idea of how much slope there is when we look at the greens from up high on television.
Collin with a fist pump on 15.
And thank goodness that one hit the hole. That was motoring. There's a good view of it from the other side of the hole. Perfect line. Certainly had plenty of speed. Hadn't hit the hole, it might be 4, 5, 6 feet by, but it doesn't matter now.
After bogeys on 13 and 14, a birdie.
No, there was a par for him.
It was a par, excuse
yes,
me.
indeed.
Yeah,
he was short of the green.
But it felt like a birdie.
Yeah, it felt like one.
I think a 4 does feel like a birdie on the 15th.
You can have a par save like that for Morikawa. That gives you more momentum in a round than making a birdie putt.
Absolutely.
It's just something about not losing a shot to the field that just keeps you in it.
Yeah, they don't get much fanfare, do they, those par saves? But for a player, it really can keep your enthusiasm and your momentum.
Now Hovland.
And the next one's not in.
To the bunker on 16 or just outside of it. Here's Daniel Berger.
And this is going to have to be delicate. He's going to have to bring this in very high if he can. Goodness me, that's just such a prime example of how thick and difficult to judge this rough is. You just cannot afford to be in it.
Inside 4 feet for Hovland.
Look how much wind is blowing the jacket for Hovland. Not an easy time to be putting these short ones.
No, and the modern green speeds with the old-fashioned greens, boy, it's diabolical, isn't it, if you're in the wrong spot?
So Berger sailed the green. Now he is greenside bunker.
And it's a very deep one as well from the right side. Going to have to be delicate.
Delicate indeed.
Yes. You beauty.
Back and forth, Berger goes.
I said it was deep. You could hardly even see his head. Oh, yes, he wanted to see that one.
Taking the scenic route at 16. Up ahead to 16. Here's Connors now.
And a fast putt from this point as well. Come on, keep on trucking.
Connors gonna finish this one up.
A couple of International President's Cup teammates here in this picture. Our own Jeff Ogilvie will be the captain. And then also Brandt Snedeker, who's played his way into this field, will be the captain for the US team.
Look at the tee shot from Chris Gotterup at 15, 380 yards. Bobby Mack first to play from the bunker.
I don't think he has any way of reaching this green from that point. That is such a penalizing bunker. But he's left himself with a decent angle. No, complete misread there, Adam. He'd been playing some nice golf. I fully expected he would be contending this week.
Over to the PGA Professional, Ben Kern at 17.
Oh!
Have a moment in your championship.
Come on, Ben, you got to give a smile.
And what a fun hole to do it on. With the grandstands behind, and they get a show from Ben Kern. Back to Tommy Fleetwood.
Can't even see his shoes, hardly. Okay, well, got a nice little bumper off the edge of the rough. Yeah, this rough is definitely a penalty if you're in it. Contrary to some very famous players who didn't really think it was going to be.
Well, after 380 yards off the tee, Chris Gotterup has wedge in hand.
But unfortunately, it looks like his golf ball's resting right against that first cut of rough, and that could be difficult to make solid contact here.
380 yards would be the longest drive we've seen at 15 this week. Michael Thorbjornsen hit it 372 earlier today.
It looks like it shouldn't be too much of a problem. He's able to sole the club right behind the ball, so I expect this to be solid contact.
Great look at the bunkering here at Aronimink.
Landed nicely into that upslope and stopped it beautifully. Well done.
To the tee at 16, Shane Lowry, first to play.
Trying to fade something off the left bunkers. Where the landing spot is with the into the wind, it's actually like a 30-yard fairway.
Well, it got over the bunkers but into the primary rough. At least you can advance it a little bit further from there than you can from those bunkers. That's the only consolation. Got his caddy Darren looking a little quizzical about the result of that one.
Well, given that there's only 2 par 5s on this golf course, there's an extra emphasis naturally as a player to want to capitalize off the tee here to be able to set yourself up for birdie.
Nice controlled swing there from Morikawa.
No surprise from Morikawa, who's the only player who's top 10 in both driving accuracy and greens and regulation on tour this season. To Bobby Mack.
Baby, give me money. Oh! Damn it.
Gotta love the Philly fans.
They're loud and proud. Bobby Mack, Chris Gotterup with birdie looks on 15. Time head professional at Sleepy Hollow. How about the multi-generations of the Thomas family? Mike Paul, proud father and grandfather of Justin Thomas, and Keegan and his dad Mark, who was a PGA professional since 1997. Big reason these three are standing on the tee box at a major championship, courtesy of their dads and for some grandfathers.
And neat that the PGA of America has paired them all together this week. Oh, terrific tee shot there from JT.
Justin Thomas, a two-time PGA champion. Keegan Bradley, his lone major win coming at this championship. And I bet Cameron Young would love to get his hands on the Wanamaker one day.
Oh, come on. That's the golf ball of Tommy Fleetwood. I think his son Frankie is starting to become almost more famous than Tommy.
Might have to get Frankie an agent.
trying to get over the water at the 9th at the par 3 course at Augusta National.
Still trying his hardest.
Bless his heart. He'll do it soon.
To Keegan Bradley.
Keegan won at Atlanta Athletic Club. He was just a rookie on tour.
Outlasting Jason Duffner in a 3-hole playoff, and Duffner would win this major championship 2 years later.
Oh, that's a little unlucky. That just went underground as well.
And Cameron Young has moved his way up to 3rd in the world. He was 62nd this time last year, entering the PGA.
He looked a little off balance with that tee shot and spraying it to the right. Not his best. He's going to pay quite the penalty for that one. And speaking of paying the penalty, this is a par putt for Robert McIntyre, because he missed the fairway into those right-hand fairway bunkers as well and just had to pitch out. His 3rd shot hit into the hill and came back to this point. So going to be a very, very difficult putt for par. He'll do well to 2-putt this. Give it about 35 feet uphill, then it'll start to come back downhill and go to the right. Give it a little more juice there, Bobby Mack. He hails from the seaside town of Oban, home of some very, very tasty whiskey.
Oh, noted. To Lowry.
Oh, no, go, 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 go.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, there's no guarantee when you hit it in the rough what kind of lie you get. You may get lucky, but you may be completely buried and right at the bottom of this very thick-bladed, tall fescue grass.
Now Chris Goddard with a birdie opportunity. We have yet to see a birdie at 15 today.
Oh, one he's going to have to be pretty aggressive with. He wants to make that birdie.
A couple of distractions as he steps off. Has inside 20 feet.
Uphill braking to the right. I think a little bug is determined to go for a ride. A lot of players use that line to line up with the alignment aid on their putter so they can get the start line correct. I liked it for my short putts, but not for my long putts as much. I tended to be more of a feel putter with my longer putts. I'm not sure if the ball's just oscillating or if there's a little gnat or something that is bothering him.
He stepped off 3 times. It appears he's ready to fire. This for birdie. To get back to even par for Goddard. Not enough juice. All right, walks away with a 4.
Oh, that was such a good opportunity too. Lovely iron shot, left in a good spot.
Second for Morikawa at 16.
Going with a 3-wood, trying to work it in from left to right up that gap.
Hand comes off the club.
Overcut it, yes.
Gets a little ricochet off of a fan.
Hopefully they're okay. Looks like the ball might have sat up pretty well.
Inside 4 feet for McIntyre. This for bogey.
Okay. Taking your medicine. Can't afford a poor tee shot on either of these holes. They're very demanding.
Lowry unable to get out of the rough with his second shot. Here's his third at 16.
And it's a difficult lie from 130 yards, just trying to chase it up the front, which is a narrow window.
Not a bad leave there, though, Amelia. Right under the hole, into the teeth of the wind.
Now we'll see what wedge game Colin Morikawa can provide.
Much more creativity needs to happen.
Nicely done. He threw that up so high.
Cameron Young for the bunker on 15.
Yeah, just going to have to hit it. Take your medicine, just get it down. Hopefully hit the fairway. He's not looking too thrilled about it. We'll see in a little bit where that ball finished.
To Captain Keegan Bradley.
Although I think, though, perhaps he might like to put that in the rear view.
How about this? 2018 champion here at Aronimink,
There you
Keegan
go.
Bradley. Of course, the winner the last time an event of this magnitude.
Oh, well done with that shot. Sorry, Steve.
No, that's a beautiful shot.
That's the way to do it. And that's the beauty of this long par 4, is that Donald Ross allowed you the option to run it up. And I love that. I think that's there are many ways to play a hole, and Donald Ross famously said there are two ways to play. One, I've designed it, one for the strong player and one for the not so strong. And I think that's a good example of the options that he allowed the golfer.
To
Justin,
JT.
yeah, and he played some beautiful golf yesterday afternoon. I think he got a little weary towards the end. He had a hard time keeping his concentration in that cold, windy afternoon. Dropped a couple of shots coming in, but still, it was a lovely round of golf.
As JT decides which club to hit, we head back over to 17. Here's Corey Connors.
And a lengthy one up and over this ridge. Should pick up a little speed there. Very nice.
JT ready to fire.
Gets the all clear from his caddy, Matt Minister, affectionately known as the Rev. Just a short iron here for JT.
He's 1 over on the day, even for the championship.
And that flag doesn't even look like it's on the green, does it? It's so far left. Should be able to bring this one in right to left with that ball being above his feet. Yeah, that's well done.
Went with the right club.
Good leave. Certainly helps coming in with a shorter club.
Back to 16, Morikawa trying to get up and down.
Can he marry line and speed? This will turn to the right.
Yes.
All world stuff from Colin Morikawa.
Back-to-back one putts.
Come on, Scotty, see if you can knock a long one in. Oh, give it to him. Goodness me. How on earth did that not go in?
And Shane Lowry makes his par putt. Third from Cam Young after his tee shot found the bunker, forced a layup.
Yeah, just a little sand wedge now. See if he can land it into that upslope and judge this approach correctly. Certainly amongst the hot favorites this week, and he really needs to make that one. stay at +2. I'm going to stay within touch of the leaders, only 5 behind. It's so bunched right now, Stephen.
Players champion, the Cadillac champion. He's had some incredible finishes on tough golf courses this year. Of course, tied for 3rd at the Masters as well. Corey Connors gets his par. It's been the year of Cameron Young.
Certainly has.
Young and company making their way up 15. Scotty Scheffler on deck coming up. Colin Morikawa at 17, sitting at even par. He's played our featured holes so far at 1 under.
This particular hole location not really suiting the eye of Colin Morikawa, who does like to play a fade. But using a little bit of the slope to help him get a bit closer. Well done.
Would have been the shot yesterday for Morikawa.
Sure would have.
We've got all 3 golfers sitting pretty.
Well, we only had 5 birdies yesterday, none today at this point.
See if Keegan and JT can end that trend. Bradley for birdie.
I feel like a broken record, but you're going to have to be firm to hit it up this hill.
Everybody's left it short all day.
I need to run out there and have a word in their ear.
Back to Shane at 17. Oh boy. Skip.
Oh, goodness me. Wow. That's unfortunate. See if Justin has learned anything from his fella competitor. Oh, he gave that a good run. Has to be pleased with that effort.
Just the 4th ball in the water on 17. This championship, first one today. Not coming from Shane Lowry. And now Victor Hovland.
And not easy to follow a shot like that. You have to be very disciplined. Oh, this could be good. Oh, beautiful. Well done, Victor.
Cameron Young lining up his putt. His caddy, Kyle Sturbinski, one of the great green readers in the game. Kyle actually was one of the top amateurs in the Philadelphia area growing up, a member at Huntington Valley Country Club. And his amateur career took him to Wake Forest, where he played 4 years with Cameron Young. They were roommates there, became close friends, and now he's been on the bag, and a big reason why Cameron has been so successful this year.
Well, he's worked very hard on his putting, hasn't he? But when you know that you've got the right read, it's just frees you up. You don't have the doubt. And I think the more they've worked together, the more comfortable he is on the greens.
Yeah, it pays off there for par.
Sweet. I wonder how many times Kyle has played this golf course growing up. That would be
a number of times. I talked to him earlier
did?
this
Oh,
week,
excellent.
walking the fairways, and he said he played a lot of amateur golf, a state open here at Aronimink. So a little bit of an edge for Cameron Young as he battles the cut line here this week.
Certainly a slightly different golf course than back then, but still, that little bit of local knowledge makes a diff.
World number 1 on the tee box at 15. Amelia's with him.
A slow start for Scheffler, but he is starting on the more difficult 9. And if there's anyone that is good at staying patient, it is the world number 1. Imperative to find this fairway, though, if you're trying to make par on the difficult 15th.
Just the second time Scottie Scheffler has bogeyed 3 of his first 4 holes in a major round. He sits it even here at 15.
And that nestles down into that primary rough over the bunkers. The Philly fans giving him heaps, aren't they?
He talked about it
Cowboys.
yesterday. He's a diehard Cowboys fan. This is Eagles territory. A lot of "Go Birds" chants if you walk alongside Scotty, and he laughed about it in his press conference after his round yesterday. He said it's what makes sports great.
Now Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick had such a gritty round yesterday, making a lot of pars. Just a birdie and a bogey in his round. That's a beautiful shot.
Hey, number 1, right in the center of the fairway.
What a year he's had. 5-time PGA Tour winner, and 3 of those wins coming this season in a span of 4 events. The Valspar, RBC Heritage, and of course the Zurich, with his younger brother Alex helping Alex get into the field this week. Now Justin Rose, a U.S. Open winner nearby at Marion back in 2013.
Also a lot of perseverance in the round yesterday from Rose. Made birdie on 13 after being 2 over par. Holed out for birdie on 14, the par 3, and made a 20-footer for par on 18 to stay at even. 2 over today in his round, though.
Just skirts that rough. Perfect right now.
Philly bounce, as you'd expect for Justin Rose. He loves playing golf here in Philadelphia.
Had so much success.
Now over to Keegan Bradley.
This is for par. Okay.
And he makes it. Shane Lowry forced to drop at 17, finding the water. So here's his 3rd.
From the drop zone. Settle right there. Sit.
Over to JT.
Yeah, ran his birdie effort about 2.5, 3 feet past. Have to give this little bit of respect, being that it is downhill.
Keeps him at even. Now to Bobby McIntyre.
And opting to go with the putter. Pretty smooth approaches here. Fairway cut.
And Bobby
Yes!
Mack, right in the heart.
That is like stealing one there.
To Morikawa. is for birdie at 17. Over on 16, Tommy Fleetwood.
And a lot of players have expected this to break more to the right.
Inside 23 feet for his birdie.
But it just doesn't. Just looking at our little mini leaderboard over here, Minwoo Lee, native of Perth, Australia, born over there, and then Aldrich Potgieter, his family moved over from South Africa to Perth when he was 4. He lived there for about 9 years, working with a golf coach there. So a little Western Australian touch there on the leaderboard.
So Shane Lowry's going to put up a big number here at 17.
That was just an incredible shot. I don't know what happened there. He just completely came up and out of it.
Well, he was even entering this hole. And now he's got to be thinking cut line.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's so compressed, this leaderboard. You can't afford to be making mistakes like that.
And Goddard misses on the edge.
Yeah, a lot of players have been over-reading putts on this green so far this morning. It's golf course has got a lot of players muttering. Have you noticed? Just walking away, just shaking their heads, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, the only one who's not is Donald Ross right now. He's grinning ear to ear.
Yes, he is.
Tommy to stay at 4 over.
Oh, in the redesign, they did make some of the greens just a little bit wider, a little bit larger, added a couple more hole locations. But it's generally very, very true to the original Ross layout.
To Fitzpatrick at 15.
Over 230-yard approach shot. It's all about missing it in the right spot today. This golf course is playing so challenging with the wind picking up.
Well, middle of the green here is not going to hurt you, is it, Amelia?
You want to be middle of the green. Every single player would take that.
Back middle for Fitzpatrick. Now over to Justin Rose.
Now Rose's tee shot skirted the right rough and found the short grass. About the only thing you have going for you on 15. This flag is protected by a high bunker lip on the left side, so you need to be right.
Still 235 out for Rose.
Oh, poor strike there from Justin. Put a new set of irons in the bag last week at the Cadillac, representing a new introduction into golf from McLaren. Had a lot to do with the production of those irons.
And Victor Hovland gets one to go.
Nicely done there, Victor. That's well done on 17. What a beautiful golf shot.
Yeah, plays our featured holes at even par. Back over to Scotty.
This is a very difficult lie, buried. Would rather be on the right side. That green side bunker is easier than missing left. That's what you have to think about when you're out of position.
Scotty running it way back to the pin. Well done.
Tremendous recovery shot there for Scheffler.
The tee shot's on 16.
And the longest drive today's Kurt Kitayama right into the wind.
JT first to play. His drive only went 237.
Very good.
It just shows you how strong that wind is picking up as the day draws on. It's blowing about 12 miles an hour with gusts to 20 currently by my little wind app that I have on my phone. In the north-northwest. And certainly giving the players all they can handle here at Aronimink.
Still 280 out for Keegan.
Long-time caddy, Steve Hale. Nickname is Pepsi. He probably doesn't drink Coke. What do you think? But they've been together a long time. They have a lot of trust Keegan has in Steve.
I have a fun story about Keegan. When he won his PGA Championship back in 2011, he told a story of how his celebratory meal was cereal and Bud Light. Said he was just a kid. He had so much media obligations. He just ate the first thing he saw.
That's hilarious. Well, we've heard, haven't we had Waffle House celebrations as well? All sorts of late night meals, because there are a lot of obligations after you win a major championship, that's for sure.
I'm sure he would happily take cereal.
And a Bud Light.
Yeah.
Be a lot of Bud Lights that would go into the Wanamaker.
To Tommy at 17.
Looks like he's trying to play a little bit of a draw. Might have bailed out a tad on that one. Said, oh, okay. Well, good news is you have a putter in your hand. You get to the top of the swing and you have all intentions of playing a little draw, and then you're like, oh, I don't know how much of that I want to do. That water lurking.
Rose pitching across at 15.
That is so difficult to judge, but well done.
Touch of class there. Justin Hold, a beautiful bunker shot at 14 yesterday and pointed to the crowd, and it's like, yes. Not the easiest of lies either. It looks like it's in a bit of a rake mark, but he did it well. Kept the face nice and square. Just drove it out toward the hole. Well done. Now Young from the right-hand primary rough here. Trying to get something out low and scampering.
And scamper it does.
That's okay. Left himself a good angle to this right-hand front hole location. Well done.
Back to 15 and Fitzpatrick.
It's just feeling like one of those days where it's impossible to make birdie. Fitzpatrick got up to the green and just shook his head at a well-executed shot that now found the back of the green. He has to try and judge the speed correctly.
It should start to pick up right about now.
67.5 feet, and Fitzpatrick leaves it inside a foot. Brilliantly done.
Yes, he'll definitely take that and run. Get a putt of that length and that difficulty that close. That's a 9.85, I'd say. Well done.
Still at 3 over. Needs to start making a move. 3 under is still where the leaders sit today. Patrick Rogers currently has the best round going on property. And that's at 3 under.
Now Scotty,
who got an excellent teach from Fitzpatrick.
This will go a long way for world number 1.
Not quite enough pace, but that's a good leave. Can't be too unhappy with that one.
Third from JT at 16.
And this is a part of Justin Thomas's game that I've always been impressed with, his pitching. Even though this is a little bit longer than a pitch, but his short irons are normally very high quality.
Just like that.
Kind of like that, yep. A smart play, managing the golf course, knowing the slopes.
To Rose at 15.
Just one of those rounds where it's so mentally fatiguing because every shot requires so much concentration on the routine.
And Amelia, this is coming after yesterday where this group played in the afternoon wave. That was mentally draining, I imagine.
Yes, this morning is feeling more difficult than yesterday afternoon.
Wow.
Oh, it would have been nice to pay off that excellent bunker shot. And Justin drops another stroke.
Really not showing him love this year. Back to Cam Young.
Going for a cutter in there. Yeah, absolutely.
Just 45 yards left for world number 3.
It looks like he's going to open the face a little bit of his lob wedge.
There you go. Yeah. There she is.
Pretty much left to right at the moment. He's going to bring it in from the left. A little cutter, he said to his caddy, Carl.
Proud Philly native, Kyle Stravinsky.
Didn't carry it far enough to utilize the spin that he put on the ball. Needed probably another, oh, at least 4 or 5 yards of carry.
Look at the shots on 17 from Goddard, Fleetwood, and McIntyre.
It's going to be a tough bunker shot there for Bobby Mack, as he's affectionately known.
Just a couple of birdies today. We just saw Victor Hovland make one minutes ago. Now McIntyre.
Oh, top shot. I said it was going to be difficult, but he made it look easy. For most of us, those long bunker shots are incredibly difficult.
Short wedge for Bradley.
Not as close as he would have liked. He's such an intense competitor, is Keegan.
One of our co-leaders, Alex Smalley, joins us on our featured hole 15.
Boy, hasn't he been playing some nice golf of late?
Made 11 of 12 cuts this year.
Settle. And just finds the bottom of that rough.
Now to Scotty. He's missed 5 straight fairways.
Oh, this is way left. It started in the direction of 15 fairway. I couldn't see where it finished.
Make it 6 straight for Scotty, and that's notable because he hit all but 1 fairway yesterday.
Yeah, just looked totally off balance there. Well, the marshals have got that spotted.
Tommy Crum coming across 17 over the spine. Young from just off the front. Left himself some work after that wedge. Missed for birdie. Breaks back in. And what a 4 for Cameron Young.
Much easier to make putts when you're underneath the hole here at Aronimink.
A little exhale from Young and a little smirk on his face. A very stoic individual. It means a lot when you see a smirk from him. To Goddard.
That's a good-looking putt as well. Going in from everywhere now. It's kind of fun to see on our featured holes. We haven't seen too many putts go in.
Our third birdie at 17 today.
He read that beautifully right in the center of the cup. It went in at about 4 o'clock on the dial.
To Tommy. This for his par. Oh, they're all falling now, Jane.
They certainly are. Great to see. Much more fun for the players, much more fun for the spectators as well.
And Keegan just misses it out.
Yeah, it just drifts to the right there. Cam Young's kind of held its line, but it was on a slightly different angle than Keegan. That's an opportunity missed.
Bobby Mack for his par. Oh. Befuddled. As he drops one at the par 3. An up and down day.
Oh, after that delightful approach shot from Justin Thomas, really needs to pay this off. Should break slightly to his right.
To get Justin Thomas back to red numbers for the championship. This from inside 8 feet.
Yes.
The two-time PGA champion back in red.
Well, he asked the folks from Scotty Cameron if they'd make him a putter just like Cameron Young's. He thought, hey, Cameron Young's making all these putts. I want one of those.
And we thought they paired them together because of their dads being PGA professionals. But turns out JT got in their ear and said, I want to watch Cameron Young putt.
Well, it's an interesting putter because it's one of the prototype putters that has a slightly different neck. It's not a face balance putter. It allows for a little bit more flow from the toe of the putter. And clearly it's suiting both of these players' strokes very well. And so important, really, for all the people watching at home, go get a putter fitting. You know, people think, oh, I'm going for a driver fitting or my irons. Putter fitting is just as important, if not more important, because almost half your strokes are on the greens. So I would definitely encourage people to go to their local club fitting place, wherever it is, whether it's your local professional or, you know, one of the cool clubs or the club champion places. Even go out to one of the manufacturers' putting studios.
It's great advice.
It's a lot of fun.
Yes, correct.
It might cost you a little bit more than what the tour pros have to pay, but it is definitely worth it.
Something about this major championship brings out the best in JT.
Well, you can kind of see it on his face, can't you? He is totally dialed in. He is, it's got his attention, and he is giving it absolutely 100%.
Well, he only has one top 10 finish in the last 15 major starts, and that came in 2024 at the PGA Championship.
Oh, and he's coming off, you know, the end of last year, microdiscectomy. It's easy for me to say. But back surgery is no bargain. He had to take a few months off, and he's finally come back and is trusting his golf swing by the looks of it to me.
Made his return at Bay Hill back in March, which he joked afterwards, maybe not the best property to make your PGA Tour debut after back surgery.
Talk about thrown in the deep end.
But he certainly seems to be back in form now. Got a lot of birdies here at 17 today. Let's see if JT can add his name to the list.
A little too much fade on that one. And he might get away with it. Just in the first cut. It's just hard with that wind coming over your left shoulder.
Chandler Blanchet making his PGA Championship debut on 15.
Oh, that gives you a good look of what these players face, trying to hack it out of the rough. From the frying pan into the fire.
To Young on 17.
He has a knack of being able to step up and hit a shot when required. See if he can do it here. Come on, wind. That is ever so lucky. I thought that was going to be wet, Stephen. It's fortunate he got a forward bounce and not a left kick.
Scotty Scheffler taking a drop.
From temporary movable obstruction just to his left. There's still going to be a couple of small trees that could be in his way depending on how this lie turns out for him. Both Justin Rose and Fitzpatrick have laid up. Fitzpatrick in the fairway. Justin Rose should be in the fairway, just about 50 yards from the green.
Is even angle in?
Well, he thinks he does. By the look of it, he's got a
I
wood
mean,
out, Amelia.
It's matted down in that area.
And he was able to place the ball, so he must have dropped it a couple of times and it rolled further away. So then he was able to place it where the last time it landed, that location. So looks like a pretty darn good lie, and he's going to give it some heat.
248 out for Scheffler.
Looks like he went with his 7-wood. Got some good height on it. I'm not sure of the final destination of that golf ball.
Second look at the contact.
Yeah, look at where it's teed up. Boy, he is very fortunate he got such a good lie. It's such an unorthodox move. I mean, your local PGA professional would not teach you that move, but that's Scotty. And kudos to Rick Smith for not changing. It's just refining. And normally he brings the club back to square. He's got such a good sense of where the face is in his golf swing.
The bunker shot that awaits Blanchet. And 15. Sitting at 1 under.
A young man from Florida, born in Gainesville, but didn't go to the University of Florida, went to the University of West Florida. He resides up in the Jacksonville area, Atlantic Beach.
He's made 12 starts on the tour this season, qualifying for multiple signature events. Had a second-place finish at the Puerto Rico Open earlier this year. After a tough start, he missed the first 5 cuts of his PGA Tour season.
And then second.
Yeah.
It's like,
Funny game.
that's the thing with so many of these talented players newly on the tour. You just never know. You just need one good week and it sets you up. And obviously he was able to then qualify for this event.
To our co-leader, Smalley hitting his 3rd.
Another golf ball sitting down in that rough, trying to get it to scoot up and over that little ridge. That's going to be a difficult putt.
Scheffler, Rose, and Fitzpatrick a look at their path down the 16th hole.
Looks like Scheffler was able to get it way down there in that greenside bunker.
Fitzpatrick fires.
119 yards away. The wind is down, making this approach shot much easier.
Yeah, it's such a variable wind today, isn't it? It's just so gusty.
Have a down the hill look for birdie. Fitzpatrick.
Must be warming up. He's taken the beanie off, so he's donning the cap now. So that's a positive sign for the temperature. It's still pretty chilly out there, Amelia.
Just wait till it starts gusting 20 again. He'll throw that beanie on.
Now, what's your impression of Justin Rose? You watched him yesterday afternoon as well, Amelia, and the choice of going to a whole new club manufacturer.
Well, now that's an interesting development. I did feel he hit his irons well yesterday. He's had 2 finishes outside the top 40 with these new McLaren irons. But it's something that he believes in, and just have to respect that.
Absolutely, and he has always been very meticulous about his equipment and heavily involved in the development of these irons. So we'll have to see how it plays out. It is early days, and it does take a little while, but I did find it curious that the middle of the season he would opt to put these new clubs in.
Yeah, coming off of a wire-to-wire win earlier this year at the Farmers.
Yeah.
Too. At the age of 45. Go to Scotty. Good lie for him there, Amelia.
It's a good lie sitting up, but it's off a slight downslope, and he has 8 feet of green to work with. Scotty is excellent, though, at these short-sided bunker shots. He can produce so much spin and control.
Yeah, we saw Daniel Berger hole out from that bunker.
Honestly, as good as you can do without hitting the flagstick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that second shot went a little further than he expected. Let's have another look at that. Tries to cut right across it. Might have taken a tad more sand than he would have liked. Wasn't able to get any kind of spin on it.
Now to JT at 17. His ball just trickled off the green.
And he's opening the face. He's going to try and land it over the place where that ridge finishes. I love watching him around the greens. He's just got wonderful touch.
What a flop from JT, taking that kind of swing from just off the green.
Takes a lot of confidence.
Big par putt for Alex Smalley to stay at 3 under.
Well done.
Staying at even par on the day.
As we said, those par putts sometimes can mean more than the birdie putts.
Yeah, he's the only one at 3 under who's on the course right now. Fitzpatrick coming down the hill.
Trying to make his first birdie of the day.
Yeah, just kind of held its line out there. Didn't want to come back at all. I've seen that putt fool a lot of players.
Blanchet to try and get to 2 under.
Never doubt.
Back to Justin Rose.
What impresses me about Rose is that he never gives up. He always hangs in there. And this is a pivotal putt momentum-wise when you're about to start the second 9.
Yep, good call there, Amelia.
Just the moment you think he's out of it, he makes a birdie and finds a way.
Such determination and perseverance.
Cam Young from the backside of 17.
Hold on, hold on. Kind of got away from him there.
Now Scotty trying to get up and down.
Well, he desperately needs this putt.
Scheffler was incredible from around the greens yesterday. Made a couple of putts outside of 30 feet. And this range was also deadly. It's a nuanced putt because of this left to right break and how fast it is.
Over 123 feet of putts made yesterday. Scheffler missing on the edge here.
Ooh. And the next. There's no gimme. Just too much speed for that line, Amelia.
Yeah, and it's difficult to judge because if you hit it too soft, you can easily be too tentative. But then the moment you try and make a putt, you could run it by 4 feet.
He never looks panicked, though. He always looks in control. Just keeping about the process.
It's your only option. Otherwise, when you're having a difficult day on the course, you only start seeing the lip outs, the bad breaks, and the missed shots. You just have to find a way to keep staying strong because all these players know that it's going to be tough for everybody. So these par saves are critical.
To stay it even.
Yeah, that's well holed.
Never a doubt for Scotty.
He has such mental discipline.
Cameron Young for par at 17. Big putt following his birdie on 16. Oh. Rolling it well.
Confident stroke.
Don't count Cam out. And after that ridiculous flop shot from JT, see if he can pay it off for par. And he walks it in.
That was a terrific up and down there from Justin.
Playing our featured holes at 1 under par, and he's 1 under for the championship.
And this golf course is certainly not letting anybody run away with it. It is showing its teeth, and I think the breezes out here these last couple of days have a big part to play in that.
Smalley still at 3 under at 16.
It's that long, languid kind of swing from Alex. See if this one will hold the fairway. Yep, it should, I think.
Drive.
Yep. Job well done.
Oh,
Blanchet next to play.
Should be in good shape.
Currently in a tie for 13.
Very nice.
A couple of guys working their way up the leaderboard. And world number 1 finishing out our featured holes coming up next. Justin Rose steps aboard 17. Parted a day ago.
Drifting off to the right corner of the green. That's going to be okay if it finds the putting surface.
Needing to settle, which it does. 214 yards is a difficult shot.
And now Scotty.
Mainly out of the left, but slightly into. This needs to go a little.
Oh, Scotty throws the best shot we've seen to 17 today.
Brilliant. What guts that took, Amelia.
Fantastic.
Well, let's have another look at this. Let's watch Scotty Scheffler with a long iron. Smooth transition, great face control. And it takes a lot of courage to start this at the water and let the wind take over. Absolutely superb.
1 foot 10 inches remaining for Scotty Scheffler. By far the best shot into this par 3 17th.
It also takes a lot of trust in your yardage. This is a similar line to Scheffler.
It's a good looking shot as well if the wind takes it, and it does.
Oh, and getting better. How about the show from this group?
Well, Matt Fitzpatrick has won 3 times, and he got the better of Scotty Scheffler there at the RBC Heritage in a playoff, so he knows what it takes. Just a layup there for Blanchet.
It is a 3-shot hole today, 16.
And as I said, Matt Fitzpatrick and Scotty Scheffler battled there on the playoff at the RBC Heritage at Hilton Head. In the playoff hole, he just stepped up and hit a 4-iron. Very close, so he knows what it takes.
Amidst the USA chants.
He is not afraid.
He got the last laugh at RBC Heritage in Hilton Head to Smalley.
Well, he is going to go, give it a go, but it's a long way into the wind today. Oh, what a shot. He'll have an eagle opportunity, will Alex Smalley.
We'll have our best and first true look at eagle at 16. And Scotty and Fitzy, what do you think they're talking about here?
I don't know. That's a good question. Hole locations, perhaps? I don't know. Scotty's got a lot to say.
He looks like a football coach running through a playbook right now.
He does. I bet they're talking about hole locations. That looks like what golfers,
Yeah.
the mannerisms when they're like, can you believe they put it there? I can't believe it. The wind's going here and it's over there and the slope is here.
Well, you learn so much from Scotty Scheffler and his love for golf course architecture. And Matthew Fitzpatrick, a guy who documents every shot that he hits in a book. So 2 guys who love to nerd out in the middle of their rounds.
That is true. And that's a nice view of, aerial view of what this green looks like. And look at that, 6.5 feet for Matt Fitzpatrick. He would have thought that would have been the closest of the day, but nope. Just inside 2 feet for the world #1. And then poor Justin Rose is languishing over there at 61.5.
I promise the just shot from Justin Rose was also very good.
Yeah, he just didn't quite have the courage to start it where the others did. And, you know, you can see from here, there is a ridge right left of this hole location that will kick the balls there, but it's a fine line. If you land on the other side of that ridge, you're going to kick down into the water. So you've got to be extremely confident in your execution.
Aronimink is testing all parts of every player's game. You got to have good iron play, speed control, short game. This lag putt is going to be quick for Justin Rose.
Yeah, right about now it's going to speed up, but he never quite had the right line, did he? Good speed, though.
Great putter in his own right, Justin Rose. And look at the crowds on hand following this group.
Well, the Philly fans have turned out, haven't they? And as you would know, growing up in this area, Stephen, they love their sport, regardless of what it is.
And they love their golf.
Yep.
There's some incredible golf courses within a 30-minute radius of Aronimink. Great old school architecture.
And
Flynn,
such beautiful
Tillinghast, some of the great names in golf.
Absolutely, and such amazing topography for a golf course. And Donald Ross has utilized the topography on this property extremely well. Wonder what Scotty's thinking. Is he looking at the board? Or just admiring the scenery?
I just keep thinking about how fun it's going to be on Sunday. We have a leaderboard like we have right now coming down the stretch in these holes, and kind of that amphitheater feel that you have on this property, the way the sound echoes inside the bowl of Aronimink. And this could be the hole that crowns a champion.
Yeah, could well be extremely pivotal. Fitzpatrick just going to go back in and readjust his alignment.
Now, these difficult holes like the 17th display the courage that these players can have when it comes to being aggressive, and this is not a lot of break in this putt for Fitzpatrick. Keep it inside.
Never a doubt.
A birdie for Fitzy.
Trying to work his way back into red numbers. Unfortunately, hit a double bogey there on the 14th, the par 3.
Third from Blanchet at 16.
Right into the teeth of the wind. Needs to control his spin. Settle.
Five feet left for Justin Rose and his par.
We're going to continue to see a lot of this length the rest of the day and the week, frankly, given how undulated and tricky the greens are. These players are going to have to step up and make these putts. They want to get themselves into contention. For Rose, it's just fighting through this round.
Nice two-putt from Rose.
And I think the crowd, Amelia, will erupt once this ball of Scotty Scheffler's goes down.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to will him to get back up onto that leaderboard.
1 foot 10 inches remain for Scotty Scheffler, the third closest to any par 3 we've seen this week, the closest at 17 all week. And the Cowboys fan has heard "Go Birds" chant all week. And he gets his birdie on 17.
All right, just peg them back one by one. All you can do is manage one golf shot at a time and execute it as well as you possibly can. And that's what separates him. He's very methodical. He just dissects the golf course. Just needs to keep his nerve.
World number 1, capping off our featured hole with a memory here at the PGA Championship.
No one's out of it yet after a wild day one.
It's okay, fellas. So you blew up yesterday. Don't worry. It's only one of those tournaments with the power to reshape your entire career. I'm sure it's not going to haunt you forever.
It's a beautiful day. Everyone's grooving. Feel the world shine. Everybody's moving.
The PGA has seen some epic comebacks over the years. Friday is a brand new chance.
It's a jam-packed leaderboard here in the second round of the PGA Championship. And Blanchet is trying to join those names at 2 under, just missing on the outside.
Gave it a good run. Just didn't quite have the correct line. Still in good shape. Just a couple off the lead.
Dustin Johnson with a birdie look at 15.
Got a special invitation this year.
And now the eagle opportunity for Alex Smalley.
We know this is a quick one.
To stand alone at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, goodness me. Oh, I thought that was going to be in a couple inches from the hole. I thought, oh, that's just going to drip right in that left edge. Wow.
Still moves him to 4 under par.
Well, let's have another look and see how close this one came. I thought right there it was going to keep breaking, but it just held its line. Didn't quite get enough of the hole. But he was very matter of fact, just tapped it in and move along.
Going about his business as the leader of the PGA Championship.
And he does that very well. He seems to handle being up there in contention pretty darn well. And look at Matsuyama zooming up the leaderboard as well. 3 under for the day. We saw him on our featured holes a little while ago, Stephen. Impressive.
Currently 27 golfers at 1 under or better. It is a packed leaderboard.
And the golfers don't have to go very far from the 16th green to the 17th tee. It's a very compact piece of property. Not too many long walks between greens and tees.
Going to be tough to follow up what we just witnessed from Scotty Scheffler, but Alex Smalley is calm, cool, and collected right now as the leader at 17.
It's really Smalley's personality as well. Excellent player out of Duke University. And when you can trust your ball striking and the control you have at impact, it helps alleviate a lot of pressure that you might face playing well in a major championship.
Let's see how much he's willing to take on. Trying to bring a draw in from right to left. Kind of hung it out there, though.
Watch out.
Not his best strike.
He'll have some work to do for an up and down.
Just short actually shouldn't be too bad for Smalley, even though you don't want to miss it there because then you bring the water into play. And players that have had fairway metal like Blanchet here, critical to make sure you have enough club, just given this is going to shoot up in the air.
How's the wind affecting this hole currently?
Right now it's about 10, but it's been gusting up to 25 at most.
Into off the left?
Yep.
Yeah.
Blanchet made par here on Thursday.
It's on a good line.
Just right of the hole.
Okay, beautiful shot.
Well done. To the 16th tee box where Dustin Johnson, multiple major champion, winner of the Masters and U.S. Open.
That's right, he won his U.S. Open at Oakmont.
Earned a special invitation into the field this week.
That's right. He's ranked 27th in the Live Golf standings this year, so not playing terribly well.
Rasmus Højgaard, 25-year-old from Denmark, making his 5th PGA Championship appearance, but he has never finished inside the top 60.
Scotty Scheffler territory over there.
And the third member of this group is Michael Block, making his 8th PGA Championship appearance, his 5th consecutive. Always draws a crowd after what he did back in 2023 at Oak Hill.
Well, he doesn't hit it long off the tee, but he's pretty straight and he believes in his action. He believes in what he can do. And he's currently standing at 4 over par for the championship.
As we take a look at the updated leaderboard with Alex Smalley now on top at 4 under par. And that's going to be the interesting thing to note this afternoon. A number of these names, Jane, still have not teed off, and what the wind is going to look like this afternoon, because yesterday the afternoon wave had the tougher.
They certainly did. It started to get colder and windier as the afternoon went on. And there's a lot of these players who played in the morning and posted a good score. So it is going to be a fascinating afternoon of golf. There's only a couple of fellows on the leaderboard that are out there currently. Look at Patrick Reed is playing some nice golf. And then, of course, Alex.
And only Xander Schauffele on that list with the PGA Championship on that first page. Back on the green.
Very nicely done there for Wiesberger.
He qualified via the DP World Tour as one of the top 3 finishers on the Asian swing. Won the Volvo China Open for his first DP World title in almost 5 years. Played on the Live Tour. But this is his first major championship since the Open in 2022. Andy Sullivan.
Well, just got a great teach.
Couldn't quite take advantage of it. Haven't seen Andy Sullivan for a while. He was playing some good golf a number of years ago.
Yeah, 4 international wins to his name. It's his 6th PGA Championship appearance, his first since 2021. Back out to 17. Looks like it's going to be Hayes first to play. Zach Haynes, the PGA golf instructor from the club at Old Stone in Bowling Green, Kentucky, making his first career major appearance.
Ooh, that just shot out of there from the intermediate cut. It's going to leave him a very quick putt from up there. You know, it's got to be challenging sometimes for these club professionals. You know, they're doing their best. Maybe they're 10 over par. Who try not to feel like you're in the way.
Yeah.
And to try and just go about your... Because most of the other professionals, they understand. They're expecting that, you know, you're not going to probably be up on the leaderboard. They're going to give you the time that you need. So don't feel like you're in anybody's way.
Alex Smalley at the front of this green. Looks like he's going to go with a wedge here. You like the play, Jane?
I do. I think he's a little bit further off than I would be comfortable with a putter. Plus, he has a little false front to go over. So I like landing this up and over that and skipping it up there. A little chip and run. Kind of like that.
A good up from Smalley.
Good execution there, Alex. Grabs the putter from his caddy, Michael Burns.
And Blocky's going driver off the deck.
He's going to keep that low and under the wind. That's a pretty darn good effort there, Michael. I was on the call when he made his hole-in-one. Oh, there at Oak Hill, that was just an absolute blast. He couldn't see it. It just went in on the fly, and we're like, oh my God, he made it.
One of the iconic
on the
moments
featured holes, yeah.
of the PGA Championship and playing with Rory McIlroy. Kind of a reminder of anyone can catch fire in this game.
Now DJ.
And here's DJ.
Well, he certainly has the firepower to get there. Set. Yeah, it goes down to the bottom of the hill there in that collection area. Now, oh, in a divot.
Be our first look from the backside of 16th green today.
We haven't seen anybody over there yet today.
Rasmus Højgaard from the left rough, similar position to where Scotty Scheffler was just a few minutes ago. And wow, what a shot from Rasmus.
Must have had a pretty good lie in that trampled down rough as well. And that gets a favorable roll as opposed to Dustin's.
His twin brother Nikolai currently at 1 under in a tie for 12th. All right, Jane, you witnessed the moment. Take us through it.
I did. Little short downhill par 3 and boom, right down in the hole. And he's like, did that go in? Yeah, it did. It's Rory giving him a handshake, and the crowd was going absolutely bananas. And that pretty much created the phenomenon that was Blocky.
The block party still
That's right.
going. Now Blanchet is for birdie.
Stay up. Not quite. But he works hard on his game. You've got to give him credit, Michael Block.
He's trying to make his first cut at the PGA Championship since that historic performance at Oak Hill. It was the best finish by a PGA pro since 1986, coming from Michael Block that year. Short look for Smalley to make his par and stay at 4 under.
There shouldn't be too much problem here for Alex. As Amelia said, Duke University graduate. Still makes his home in North Carolina, in Greensboro. Yep, no problem. It's a good solid par there at 17. It's no gimme.
He keeps his clean card on the day and plays our featured holes 1 under. Almost 2, just off the edge from our first eagle of the day on 16. And now Haynes for his bogey.
What a great experience for these PGA professionals. Getting to play in front of all these people on these quality golf courses alongside great golfers from all tours all over the world.
Blanchet stays at 1 under. Alex Smalley holding on to his 1-shot lead over the field. It's the second round of the PGA Championship.
Hello, how are you?
What's up, man? How are you? We first met in a junior tournament, and then later on in high school, we had a really good group of friends. That's when we started playing a little bit more golf together, got to visit the Young family down in Florida and create a relationship with them. So like that one there.
He's always, the first to reach out whenever I play some good golf, and we've kept in touch. Anytime you get to kind of reconnect with someone after a number of years, somewhere like this is pretty cool.
It just seems like just yesterday, watching them with the bags on their shoulder, walking down the fairway. It's pretty neat and a little bit scary all at the same time how fast that time flew.
Yeah, I've been slowly gaining speed, just trying to swing it as hard as I can. I always envisioned Cam being in a major, but I never really knew if I was ever going to make one. But to be able to both be here and spend the time together is a dream come true for me.
Some of the stories that make this championship great. It's the 108th PGA Championship, and a look at our Corbridge Financial Team professionals. Ben Kern putting together a +2, trying to make the cut line into the weekend. And Jane, we saw earlier today him make that, I think, 50, 60+ foot birdie on our 17th hole to kind of put himself in this position.
Yeah, all credit to him. That's some fantastic golf. And you see Chris Gabriel down there at +7 right now. As we go out to his fellow PGA professional, Michael Block, see if he can ease this one up there tight.
Well judged.
Good for distance. It's his 8th PGA Championship appearance, Michael, and you know all the members there at Arroyo Trabuco are cheering him on back home in the grill room. Keen to see how their man does this week.
Gonna need a little bit of help to make the cut line.
Oh, yes.
This week. Block was a part of the first tee time off of 1 today, so these are his final couple of holes.
An unfortunate result there for Dustin Johnson.
We've seen that all week with the players just not really being able to judge the rough with the different grasses and how thick it is through impact.
Yeah, that one turned out, it was a kind of a weird lie. It almost looked like it was a divot that had gotten filled a little bit. I don't know, but he didn't make good contact there.
Now Rasmus Højgaard.
Very delicate putt with a lot of break.
This was his eagle opportunity.
Yeah, it just doesn't want to come back. They think it's going to, don't they? But it just kind of keeps going in that front right direction.
21.5 feet for DJ.
He's been putting very well on the Live Golf Tour this year. I was looking up his stats. He's ranked 2nd in putting, and obviously still a long hitter of the golf ball. Averages 308 yards. But it is good to see him putting well. You need to hit a lot of greens in regulation. That's the problem. If you're low in putting stats, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're converting those into birdies if you're not hitting enough greens.
My college coach used to call it stacking your deck. If there was a part of your game you weren't happy with, how's your practice? How's your equipment? What's your mental game looking like? Your strategy? Checking all those boxes. Very easy just to blame the putter outright without objectively analyzing your game.
Now that is very, very well said.
A putt that could go a long way for Rasmus Højgaard. This for birdie on 16.
Misread, I have to believe, Amelia. He looked puzzled by the result, but he started it out there.
We've seen a couple of players not read that putt correctly. It actually moves right, and a lot of them are expecting it to go left because on the left side of the cup, it also moves to the right. So just a weird area where that hole is sitting.
Well, that's Kerry Haig for you. He's going to find the little subtleties. There are some big breaks on these greens, but there's also a lot of little subtle ones as well.
And now Block. Is this for birdie?
Inside left.
Always a man who loves a crowd.
He certainly does. Relishes it. He picked himself up a good few sponsors, didn't he, since 2023?
He sure has.
He is living the dream.
Maybe he goes 1 under these final 2 holes and he could find himself playing in the weekend. We'll see.
believe that's his son caddying for him as well. If I'm not mistaken, let me double check that.
And now Dustin Johnson. He stays at 2 over.
Yes, that is his son, Ethan.
Casey Jarvis on the green at 15. Has 2 wins this season on the DP World Tour. South African Open champion. And the Kenyan Kenya Open.
Early in the season, the DP World Tour lives up to its name, don't they? They go all over the world. South Africa, Asia. They have a lot of frequent flyer miles, these DP World Tour players.
He made his Masters debut and is making his PGA Championship debut this year. 22-year-old South African. Out to the tee box on 15. Here's Andrew Putnam.
Hold on. It's drifting dangerously right. Might get a good bounce. Perhaps not.
37-year-old from Tacoma, Washington, winner of the Barracuda Championship back in 2018. Sung Jae Im, part of this group on the 15 green.
He's been a stalwart of the President's Cup team for the internationals for the past few iterations.
In his 8th PGA Championship appearance. Sung Jae almost reads it beautifully.
Oh. It's weird. I had a feeling that he might make that, but I was wrong.
Well, maybe they watched our early coverage. They're getting into the hole here across this 15th green.
They may well have. No, I don't think they're going to have time.
On the tee box, it's Matt Wallace.
Ah!
36-year-old from London, England.
I don't think it got far enough left to get onto the 16th fairway.
And Austin Hurt just missing his par putt up ahead. PGA head professional from Wing Point Golf and Country Club out in Washington State, making his 2nd career major appearance. Back to Jarvis, 22-year-old South African. He's the only amateur in history to win South Africa's Triple Crown. South African Amateur, the South African Amateur Stroke Play, and the African Amateur.
Oh, clearly has a very bright future. So he rips that one right through the break.
He needs every stroke right now.
Well, there have been some very talented South Africans over the years. I mean, obviously Gary Player, you look at Trevor Immelman, you look at Ernie Els.
One of them's 3 under right now in Aldrich Potgieter.
Exactly. Tim Clark.
Yeah, Potgieter at 21 years old was the youngest to have a share of the lead at the PGA Championship. Since 1999, Sergio.
Oh, that's right. I remember.
Michael Block at 17.
All right, Blocky, I'm watching you play a par 3. See what you can do.
Oh, boy.
Is it going to stay up?
Where is it?
DJ ready to go.
So fun to watch this man hit long irons.
He knows he drilled it right through the wind.
Jane, we haven't seen too many people get hole high. Everyone's been landing them short. That's how you know it was compressed.
Yes. Yeah, he hit that one out of the middle, that's for sure.
Just one top 10 finish at a major since the start of 2023 for DJ. He's battled in these major championships over the years. He's missed the cut in 6 of the last 10. To Højgaard.
launched much higher than Dustin Johnson. This is leaking to the right.
And landed much more softly, obviously, because the wind just kind of beat it down. Did Michael Block's end up in the water?
It looked that way.
We couldn't quite see it from our camera angle, but I heard a couple of groans from the crowd, so that's possible.
All three of these golfers have to make a move to try and make that cut line. Projected right around 2 over right now. And you're watching Featured Holes coverage. Here's a look at some of the featured groups you can also watch right now on the ESPN app. Ton of options for you for the PGA Championship.
Yeah, the Liberty Bell is a big deal. But let's get real. Say Philly, and most people think cheesesteak. Around here, it's not only a delicacy, it's a discussion. A heated one. Pats or Geno's. Chopped meat or sliced. With whiz or without. The argument never ends, so let's just say this. Come here for the history, stay for the cheesesteak. Tastes like home.
Some of that cheesesteak, John, that makes you happy here in the city of brotherly love.
I had a caddy that hailed from Philadelphia, and every time we played in this area, he'd pick me up from the airport and he'd take me right to get a cheesesteak. Now, I cannot honestly remember which one we went to, but it was his family's favorite. So it may have been maybe an obscure.
Everybody has their favorite.
That's right.
You can't go wrong.
I'll give my cheers to Bobby Kendall and his family.
Keeping our cardiologists in business here in Philadelphia. Here's Putnam with his second at 15.
Did not sound like good contact, but it might get lucky. Settle now. Sounded a little thin to win. That's doable from back there.
Michael Block did find the water on 17, so from the drop zone.
Just a little sand wedge flick here for Michael. That's well done. Certainly took the water out of play there. Definitely has a chance to recover for a bogey.
To Matt Wallace at 15 from the rough.
Oh, he was way left off the tee. That's a pretty darn good recovery, though.
Over to Stephen Fisk, making his PGA Championship debut, the 29-year-old from Atlanta. Winner of the Sanderson Farms back in 2025. This for birdie.
We've seen this putt a few times. doesn't do a lot. People think it's going to break to the right, and it just keeps on going.
Well, the sun is finally starting to come out. So
Oh,
for
yay.
these spectators that are just coming by the hundreds, it's going to be a much better afternoon than it was in the morning.
Yes, they'll be very happy with that.
The golfers and Amelia showing their grit this morning out on the course.
They're showing more grit than me.
Yeah, we're starting to see some shadows, which is nice.
Højgaard for birdie.
Okay.
Chases it up there.
Yeah, we've seen some excellent shots here this morning, including Scotty Scheffler, 1 foot 11 inches, and I'm just still marveling at that shot, taking on the water on that left-hand side and getting a perfect bounce.
Scheffler sitting at 1 under right now as he's through 10 holes. He's 2 over on the day after he bogeyed 3 of the first 4 holes of the day. Smalley has moments ago just improved his lead to 5 under. So a 2-shot lead for Alex Smalley after he birdied the 18th hole, which was the 9th hole of his day.
Certainly a dark horse, really, for this championship. I think a lot of people who follow the PGA Tour not really surprised that he's playing well. Be interesting to see how he holds up for his second 9 and the rest of the championship. As DJ eases that one down. Getting a few more gray hairs in that beard. So we're all getting that little bit older, aren't we, Stephen? Oh, you aren't. You never get old.
Oh, that's not true. I feel old.
Dustin, I'm sure, is still loving life. He's a very laid-back individual.
Carries himself with little care in the world. Here's Wallace in front of the green here on 15.
Yeah, trying to get up and down for a par after missing the fairway well to the left. The Englishman playing a lovely shot there.
Now Blocky after finding the water at 17. This for bogey.
That's a heck of a gutsy bogey there.
And a deep exhale for Blocky.
Okay. Showing some grit.
DJ tapping in. And Højgaard does the same as they make their way over to the tee box on 18. As we head back over to 15, here's Andrew Putnam from just off the green.
He's going to go for a little more of a lofted shot here, try and carry it over that severe ridge that has at the back of the green. And that is a touch of class. Kind of reminds me of that flop shot that JT, Justin Thomas, hit there on 17. And that's great vision and great imagination. And obviously good execution. Now, are you a fan of the straight leg and the narrow leg? Or are you a fan of the Malbon, the baggy pant look these days?
The baggy doesn't do it for me. I'll keep it trim if you can.
Yeah.
PGA head professional at Wing Point Golf and Country Club. Austin Hurt.
Trying
Thomas
to
out of the rough.
Craft one in there from 83 yards, but when you're in the rough, you're not guaranteed to find the fairway.
Whew. Yeah, he's a big, whew. This is tough. This Aronimink golf course is getting the best of many players, but there's such a tight leaderboard. I can't get over how many players are within 3, 4, 5 of the lead. Alex Smalley with a couple of stroke lead right now. And of course, Hideki Matsuyama, who we saw earlier in our coverage, just with a couple of holes left.
Big crowds on hand in Philadelphia to watch the world's best. Michael Cartrude at 15.
And a pretty slow putt. He's going to have to be fairly firm with this one. Not a lot in it.
Cartrude missing on the edge. Assistant pro at the Bears Club in Jupiter, Florida, making his second career major appearance.
I'm sure there are a few PGA Tour pros who live in that area who know Michael well. I'm sure he gets plenty of practice with those guys, including our own Jeff Sluman. He's jumping around behind me, cheering on his buddy Michael. It's a tough golf course there at the Bears Club. I remember when I first came over to America, I'd never seen so much water in Florida on a golf course. I felt like my ball was finding every water hazard. I finally got over it. Now Wallace, just inside right.
Keeps him at 3 over par. All right, that's going to do it for our morning wave. Alongside Amelia Duran and Jane Crafter, Stephen Watson, producer Kevin Clark. We'll turn it over to Mayan Patel, Jeff Sluman, and Roberto Castro.
Just past noon, just outside of Philadelphia, it is the second round of the 108th PGA Championship, where a proper championship has emerged at Donald Ross designed Aronimink Golf Club. A pleasure to have your company. Mine Patel alongside 1988 PGA champion Jeff Sluman. PGA Tour veteran Roberto Castro joins us from the golf course, and our entire outstanding ESPN Plus crew with you as well. And 29-year-old American Alex Smalley, playing now in his 4th PGA Championship, is your leader, 5 under par for the week as he makes the turn to the front 9 today, his final 9 holes of round 2. Great to have you along for our featured holes coverage, 15, 16, and 17. 3 pivotal holes in the proceedings this week. That is Sung Jae Im, the South Korean, rolling in a birdie putt at the par 5. And Slew so far, not just today, but overall this week, as we watch Casey Jarvis, this has been a big, bad beast to conquer.
Yeah, Mayan, great to be here with you. I'm kind of stunned. Aronimink is certainly showing more teeth than I anticipated, and the players I talked to thought this was going to be a birdie fest, and it's far from that.
That was certainly the playbook starting the week, and the playbook has been thrown out the window. There were 7 co-leaders at 3 under par coming into today. Alex Smalley has emerged with a 2-shot cushion here early as the young Australian Elvis Smiley plays in to the difficult par 4 15. Then the wind, again, a story today, similar direction as yesterday. Between the wind and the rough, there's a lot to keep track of for the 156 in the field.
It really is. I read a lot of the player interviews from yesterday's round, and in particular, John Rahm. One of the questions asked to him was, I thought this was going to be, you know, relatively easy, benign golf course. And he said, have you been out there? Have you seen it? Have you played it? He said exactly what we recognized yesterday. The rough is more difficult and challenging. They haven't seen this type of rough in a long time. The fairways have a lot of slope to them, so it's very difficult to keep the ball in the fairway. Hence, it goes in the rough. Now they have no control over the ball. And he said the pin placements that Kerry Haig put out there were extremely challenging yesterday.
So outside of that, pretty simple.
Yeah.
I, for one, love it. Seeing the best in the world tested. This is the strongest field in major championship golf. 97 of the top 100 in the official world golf rankings with us here this week, where you've got to go out and earn it. Par 3, 17th. A little more gettable here in round 2, shortened to 214 yards as opposed to 241 in round 1. So there have been some close tee balls. David Lipsky's got 20 feet for birdie.
Yeah, we saw Scotty Scheffler earlier today hit it inside of 2 feet here, and that's the best shot of the day so far. You can see the hole location is much closer to the water than it was yesterday. It was kind of on the back right side of the green.
And a pretty birdie putt from David Lipsky. One of the early stories in round 1, one of the 7 co-leaders, Martin Keimer, a past champion, just off the green at 15.
Pretty well judged there. That was at least 80 feet. And the problem with that is it's going uphill, but it's also downwind. And you catch a little gust, and that might put another 3 or 4 foot pace on your putt. So it was very well done by Martin.
And on the green at the 17th, it is Stephen Fisk for par here. Fisk at +8 will miss the cut here this weekend. That'll be a story as the afternoon continues. The top 70 players and ties will have a Saturday tee time that is currently 2 over par, but likely to trend higher as we go back to the 15th tee and China's Haotong Li,
who can really bomb it. That is miles left, but as we saw yesterday, you can play from that area, especially if you catch a little lie. It's okay. You can get it on the green from there. Anywhere right, I think it's almost impossible to keep it on the green.
In the same group as Jimmy Walker. Walker, one of 14 past champions in the field here this week. And a beautiful tee ball there.
Boy, it sure is.
And a critical few holes for Walker. This is the tail end of his round. He's 2 over par. So certainly trying to tread water, make sure he makes the weekend.
Yeah, we see the slope on 15 fairway hard from the right to left.
Sungjae Im, a very steady player on the PGA Tour, the 28-year-old South Korean, behind the 8-ball right now, +5 on the week.
I really haven't looked at the cut line, but it's trending 4 to 5, right? Somewhere in that area. You rarely see an over par cut with these great players, but we'll see it this week.
No doubt.
Looks pretty good. It's the right distance.
Oh, it is really good. Sungjae Im, sensational. To the 15th green, this is a par putt for Elvis Smiley.
Gotta love that name, don't you? Oh.
Might momentarily turn into Elvis Frowny.
Well, for sure.
He is not the first to bogey 15, and most certainly not the last. The par 4 today on the scorecard, playing longer than its neighboring par 5.
You could legitimately maybe flip the pars today on those 2 holes.
22-year-old South African Casey Jarvis.
Looks like he's lost that to the right. Well, he's got a lot of real estate there, my end to cover.
And he most certainly does. To 15 again, 41-year-old German Martin Keimer, who was one of the 7 co-leaders after an opening round 67. And he will spend one. Jeff, was the first major round led or co-led since he went wire to wire at Pinehurst in the 2014 U.S. Open. And as you can see, the wrong sort of geometry here in round 2.
Poor front 9 from Martin, but he's come back and played even par on this 9. Got a couple to spare to play on the weekend.
Yes. This is Austin Hurt in the air. Austin, one of the 20 PGA professionals in the field here this week. His 2nd career major championship.
Very nice shot there from Austin.
Starting to become sunny in Philadelphia. The wind is certainly whipping here in round 2. A stiff test for the best in the world. A one-shot gap at the top. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at pgajuniorleague.com. Some of the budding stars of our game perhaps taking in the action here this week. Phenomenal crowds in Philadelphia, where it is a second straight brisk, breezy day at the 108th PGA Championship. You want to find the fairway, otherwise you have scenarios like Haotong Li at 15.
Caught a great lie. Shouldn't have too much of a problem to get it up on the green with a quality shot.
Oh, what a fortuitous bounce.
Wow, talk about a great kick there. Very similar to what Patrick Reed did yesterday.
Great call, partner. Let's take a closer look. Watch this descend down to the green.
I mean, if we had Patrick Reed's shot yesterday, it would look identical to that.
Absolutely. Is a great break from Haotong Li and an outside opportunity for birdie. Though you made a great point on the lie there, Slew. Sometimes on the PGA Tour, it's better to miss big when you are going to miss outside the rope line. He's in the trampled down rough where people are walking.
100%.
So Haotong Li, who a couple years ago was the 36-hole co-leader at the PGA Championship. He played in the final group of the Open Championship last summer when Scotty Scheffler went on to win. Has battled with the driver in years past, trying to find that consistency from T2 green, but at 1 under par, very much in the mix, as the top of this leaderboard is always changing. A recent bogey from Alex Smalley means the lead is just 1 again. And a charging major champion in Hideki Matsuyama, 1 shot off the lead with one of the low rounds of the day. Nobody better than 3 under on the golf course right now. Beautiful tee shot from Jimmy Walker. Here's where you want to play from.
It sure is. Got a little draw lie. The wind should be down and out of the right, so it's going to help the draw. Kind of send it towards the middle and let it feed towards the hole. That ball carried a little farther than Jimmy anticipated. The look said, I like this.
Next door at 16, the Englishman Matt Wallace playing his 3rd.
Well, he was certainly in the fairway by the sound of the strike.
Settle. Okay.
Perfect spot to be, putting up the hill.
And worthy of a smile from Matt Wallace. To 17, Sung Jae Im, an attempt to capitalize.
Shouldn't do much, but maybe go a little to his right. That's what he thought as well. He hit a great putt, but all great putts don't go in.
How do you separate those in your head?
Well, you just got to shake it off and say, I played the hole exactly the way I wanted, and on to the next hole.
Yeah, I just kept riding. I feel like it's got to be a hair off the left. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Conversation complete on the tee for Canadian Nick Taylor. Even par on the week. Just 1 lone bogey on his card today. That was back at the par 3 8th. All pars otherwise.
You can see our graphic that around 315 yards, it kind of necks in. There's a bunker complex on the right. It's the ideal place to just miss it on the left side because the fairway cants pretty good from right to left. Yep. Cut it into the middle. It'll end up on the left side of the fairway. There it goes.
So much tilt in the fairways influence how this golf course will play, in particular over the weekend.
Yeah, it influences the tee shot you want to hit. You got to kind of cut it into that fairway to make sure it doesn't bounce hard to the left.
Really well judged there from the rough. Andrew Putnam pushed to green side. Jason Duffner out of position at 15 to pass PGA champion. Playing his third.
A beautiful wedge game. There you go. Not surprising. I've seen that hundreds of times from Jason.
He was on the range this morning, had the full oven Mid-South ski cap on. Duff's a pretty tough guy, so you know when that's the get up, it must be cold. Temperatures in the 40s this morning and climbing not all the way to 70, mid-60s this afternoon as Casey Jarvis takes a swim at 17 after a tee shot to the right leads to a bogey. Back to 15. This beveled rough, 1.5 inches. It is a thicker first cut. Jimmy Walker's found it.
The players have struggled from that, even that intermediate bevel cut this week, and there we go again. The blades of grass here are so thick, and it just grabs the club because you're trying to hit it softly. So if you're not really striking it well, that club just turns a little bit, and we've seen time and time again more shots like that than what we're typically used to seeing, where you know, a shot like that, they're going to get it inside 3 feet all day.
Matt Wallace here for birdie as he tries to get back to 2 under par. Late in his second round, so Wallace wanting to ensure a weekend tee time.
This will certainly help.
Looking at the cup. Looking at it in the bottom.
You know, the first day and something like this, you're typically trying to get your feet on the ground. Second day, if you're on the cut line, that's all you're concentrating on. And then you go out and play on the weekend.
15th hole is birdie-less today, Slew. Haotong Lee wants to break that seal.
Well, after that great kick he got, he might as well take advantage of that. One of the slower putts they've seen. Going straight uphill. There you go.
Velcro at the end. But as you said yesterday, partner, and I'm sure we'll say works today as well, a stress-free 4 at 15. Take it and run.
Absolutely. You know, Haotong, he's been around the lead so many times in majors. Comes a point that you'll tell yourself, I got to get this done. Maybe this week.
Could be right there in the mix. 3 shots off the lead. Andrew Putnam, a nice up and down and a good battle back. Barring anything catastrophic, he'll be around for the weekend.
Yeah, that would have to be a really bad finish for him not to play.
Jimmy Walker here for par. The slew for the players going out a little later this afternoon. What's the blueprint in round 2, seeing that it's continuing to kick the teeth in of this field full of the best?
I would say the wind and the wind gusts, the strength of them are a little unexpected. If the wind dies down a little bit, the afternoon will have a huge advantage. And typically, you know, it seems to happen. The wind dies down, get a little more favorable conditions to score, but that's really the only thing that's going to stop the Aronimink showing its teeth, you know, and see the scoring that, frankly, I was dead wrong on, that I thought we were going to see a lot of red this week, and it's not happening.
I think that was the school of thought from so many, including players in the field here this week. Certainly the weather has stayed a little cooler than maybe anticipated, and the wind, while it was forecasted to gust, it has been sustained at a heavy volume, and certainly impacting how the field has played it. 2.5 shots over par yesterday at this par 70 track. over 3 shots over par. Right now, the field average. We're the strongest field in major championship golf. And the hoodie goes back on for Jason Duffner. Driver off the deck into a par 5.
If he hits a nice low cut, he might be able to get there. And he would have. And we saw Scheffler hit from that bunker a great shot, and then still went about 8 feet by. So that's going to be a challenge to get it close.
Only one player has successfully gotten up and down from that front right bunker so far today. To 15, a great illustration there at all the tilts and camber in this fairway. And a beautiful tee shot from Nick Taylor to find the middle of it. So Rasmus Neergaard Peterson, the young Dane, will play for position.
It's driving in those bunkers. It's a half a shot penalty. That's what it amounts to.
174 of them waiting on property for any offline shot.
Yeah, it's that Donald Ross, you know, get it close to the bunker, you get rewarded. But if you hit it in there, you get penalized.
England's Dan Brown. Oh, excuse me, Jordan Smith. Good buddy of Dan Brown. And whoa. Okay.
It's going to be an interesting third shot, that's for sure.
Was that what I thought it was?
We've seen a few of them, and a lot of those things happen because of the rough.
Right. Perhaps presented Hazel first. Here's where you want to be. And even in the fairway, a hanging lie.
Once they hit it at the 15 in the foreground there and just kind of turn it off of that. Looks like Nick was looking or listening to us. Beautiful shot. I'm actually surprised there hasn't been a birdie there because the hole's playing downwind. I know that the pin's on the left, but I would have thought somebody would have gotten it close.
I've got faith. We'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll see a few birdies.
Yep. It's always been a great putter, so an opportunity for back-to-back birdies there for Andrew Putnam. Elvis Smiley from the Cabbage Patch.
I can assure you he doesn't want to ever hit that shot again. That's a beautifully judged, ran it up, kept it low.
A little indecision for Matt Wallace.
Tell me, like, can we get 5 iron over that bunker? That's why it's 5 iron.
Well, Roberto Castro, you are right there on the tee. Matt Wallace trying to figure out the wind. What are you feeling? Why has this been challenging everybody so much?
Yeah, Matt has the short sleeves on, but a lot of conversation with his caddy. It's a cold wind out here, and that's what has their attention. I promise you that. Safe shot out to the right.
Roberto, is the wind essentially the same direction as yesterday?
It does feel like the same direction, Slew, and I would say it's a little more consistent today. It's blowing a steady 10 to 15. Yesterday it felt more gusty.
About all you can do from down there.
Yeah, without taking an enormous risk, and he doesn't need to do that right now.
In the fairway at 15 after a layup, third for Neergaard Peterson.
Nice shot. Not as good as Duff's, but well executed regardless.
Could be some hard-working fours there today. Already have been. Well, back-to-back bogeys for Alex Smalley means that it is a 6-way tie for the lead. Buckle up because, baby, here we go. It's a log jam at the top. Friday at the 108th PGA Championship from Aronimink Golf Club, about 20 miles northwest of Center City in downtown Philadelphia. This Donald Ross design, which has delivered a delightful challenge for the strongest field in major golf. 2 par 5s on the card here this week. Want to take advantage of them, and Elvis Smiley can't convert at 16.
Man, I'm not sure the players would have thought delightful
well,
challenge.
For you and I guess.
They're pulling their hair out.
Can Martin Keimer be the second to get up and in from that front bunker?
We got a good read from his playing partner. Just hit it, Martin. Oh, on the last roll.
Sir Isaac Newton, thank you very much. A couple of big birdies for Martin Keimer, who was one of the 7 co-leaders after the opening round. Back to 15, still birdieless today. Nick Daler.
How does that not go in?
I don't know.
It was on the wrong side of the hole.
That's right.
For the wind to help. That wind might have actually kept that out.
Smiley for par. .156 players in the field here this week. Only one went bogey-free in round 1. That is Patrick Reed, major champion, who shot 2 under par yesterday. Has made a bogey today, but a birdie to offset it. And he's hit a beauty.
I just picked up this group, guys, and he just has such a great rhythm right now. Played very quickly down the fairway, picked his target, stepped into the shot. Beautiful tee shot. 1 bogey through 32 holes. Are you kidding me?
I know, Roberto, I'd say he's in the best form of his life right now. This whole year has been spectacular for Patrick Reed.
Should be a 2-putt par there for Matt Wallace. Yeah, Patrick Reed just 1 shot off the lead right now. It is a very, very bunched leaderboard. 6 players share 3 under par right now, 3 of whom are on the golf course, including Aldrich Potgieter, who is just underway. Still 3 to tee off this afternoon. And then Reed, part of a 5-man contingent 1 shot off the lead. And then there are 16 players at -1, including Haotong Li.
What a shot.
Way short.
Oh, that looked to me like it had a good chance of hopping up and being close. Shouldn't be too difficult of a pitch, though, for Haotong.
Andrew Putnam for back-to-back and 1 under. So Putnam remains even par with 1 hole left.
It's a great place to be. Get your work done, you're even par, maybe make birdie, and watch everybody.
That's right.
Do what they got to do. Some people are going to implode, but nobody's going to run away with this today, I don't believe.
Could be a costly bogey for Rasmus Neergaard Peterson. So he's going to make a 5 at 15 and push him to +4, which seems like the cut will be at least 4 over par. So Jimmy Walker 1 clear of that as he eyes his 3rd at 16.
Not too bad. That whole location's on 8, so 25 feet. Take it around 25 feet every hole, wouldn't you, out here?
Yes. Put me there and I'll see you with a Wanamaker maybe. Not me. One of these guys for sure. Here's Martin Keimer. He's got a Wanamaker.
He's got a couple of impressive trophies in his trophy case.
2 very good ones to have. 41 years old, told the story yesterday how he was at the Champions Dinner on Tuesday and was asked if he was playing this week.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it, okay? I'm just saying that right now. It wasn't me.
Just checking to make sure, but said that gave him a little chip on his shoulder and he wanted to go out and prove, yes, I'm playing this week and I'm not here ceremoniously. I'm here to contend, and goes out and shoots that 67 to be one of the 7 co-leaders.
You know, really should have given him a chip.
Yeah, absolutely.
His reply was one of the great quotes I've heard recently. He said, I didn't fly here from Europe to have a New York strip with you. I thought that was hysterical.
Did you go New York strip?
It was family style, so I took it all in.
As you should.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. We had, on the protein side, a big Italian meatball and chicken parmesan, New York strip. And accoutrements after that.
The way it should be. Tough go at it this week for Davis Riley. And he misses into that beveled rough cut at 17. Now Elvis Smiley stepping in.
It's going to be an interesting pitch, but I bet you he might putt that. Wouldn't surprise me from there.
we've seen a lot of creative options from on and around the greens here this week. Lee's third.
The sound of that was a little clunky to me. It didn't have the spin out of it that he wanted.
Back in the 15th, Patrick Reed had that beautiful tee shot. And Pearson Coody alongside as well. Good look there, Jeff, at where Patrick Reed landed the golf ball and how far to the left this fairway tilts and pitches.
Just hard to fit it in there. It looks big, but it doesn't play big.
Now 30 yards, the average width as the crow flies in these fairways. But like you said, Sloop plays a lot smaller as Reed plays away.
174 front.
Roberto, I think this whole location and shot is right up Patrick's alley.
I think he mishit it slightly.
Yeah, he got a little aggressive and pulled it, but he is magical around the greens.
6 of 7 scrambling this week. He's put that world-class short game to really good work for him. As Pearson Coody takes his practice swings, young player with a lot of game, a University of Texas product, grandson of Charles Coody, a Masters champion back in 1975. And Pearson looking for a big finish to make the weekend.
That was a good shot, but guys, we talked about that cut being 4 or 5 over. He's at 6 over right now, 5 over through 5 on the back 9, so he needed a good hole here to steady the ship.
Yeah, Roberto, great illustration of how quickly he can go sideways here. So we saw the 4th for Jimmy Walker. It took him 2 tries to get out of a fairway bunker. This is a par effort, and that is a sour 6 at 16.
Yeah, that really is. That's, you know, we talk about you can't get in these fairway bunker complexes and survive out here.
Houghton Lee would be 1 off the lead. Will it go?
Get it there. Oh. You just say, how can I leave that short? You don't believe you can possibly leave that short. It's downwind, downhill.
Felt like it just oozed for an eternity. Yet somehow stayed out.
He knows it.
Yep. Stays in the mix. He's 2 under today. 1 under for the championship.
Beautiful round of golf.
Jason Duffner is next up.
He'll get it there.
Almost looks like he's going slightly toe down with this big 0 torque spaceship looking putter.
Kind of a la Steve Stricker. That wasn't a la Steve Stricker stroke, though.
Yeah. So Duffner, his interest waning slightly perhaps as his championship winds to a close over the next 45 minutes or so. Insult to injury.
Really tell, to your point, he was uncomfortable with that second putt.
Back to 15. And Patrick Reed, green side, Roberto.
It's a straightforward shot, except it's downwind, and he's found the area where the players all walk off the green to 16, so I'd imagine he's chipping straight into the grain. This is going to be delicate, but I'm imagining he gets this up and down. He's such a good short game player.
Just got to take a kind of a really long backswing, don't you think, Roberto, and just kind of get that ball out of there?
Absolutely. This is basically a bunker shot. If you can dump it on the front, it'll run to the hole.
That wind seems to be whipping. Wow. Now I understand the issues that the players are seeing today, Roberto, with that wind.
Now we've got stress.
Just couldn't get the club under it with how down grain the grass was laying into him there. That was a really, really tough shot. If he couldn't pull it off, you know it's tough.
Took the words out of my mouth. If one of the best players ever around the greens, if that's as good as he could do it.
It's almost 25 feet coming back for par. It is putter for Elvis Smiley. And it's pretty good.
That's pretty amazing.
What an effort.
I don't think there's a chance in the world he could have pitched it closer than that.
Worthy of that pearly smile from Elvis Smiley. Absolutely outstanding. Two guys he's playing with hit two good ones at 15, so it's still Patrick Reed's turn as he examines his par effort.
Obviously, he's focused on the putt, but he's got to be kicking himself right now. This is a tough hole. It's the biggest green on the property, 10,000 square feet. He had all of Pennsylvania to the right of that flag. It was a totally unforced error.
Yeah, and he may pay the price of missing in that spot. He's the first player in that position where he was with his third today. And now he might fall too off the pace.
You know, you said it perfectly, Roberto, but as a player, if he makes bogey here, he kicks himself if he says I was too aggressive. But if he just hit a bad shot, I think as a human being, you say, you know what, I'm entitled to hit a bad shot, and I can live with it. But if it's because of his strategy, he's going to be kind of burning, don't you think?
I agree with you, Slew. Be interesting to see him play these last three, right? He's sitting at 1 under now after the bogey. And with how tough the golf course is playing, what's winning after 36 holes, right? 2, 3, 4 under. I mean, I could be following the overnight leader here, depending on how he finishes.
Back to 1 under with the bogey there. That's a great point, Slew, that Roberto brought up on where this lead could be by the end of the day. Minwoo Lee had a cup of coffee at 4 under par yesterday afternoon. Otherwise, 3 under was the number and has been the number. As Patrick Reed almost had it. Alex Smalley was to 5 under a little earlier today, but a couple of recent bogeys, and he's now all of a sudden -2.
Well, Matsuyama did finish today, and he's -3, so that could be the number.
And by the way, how about the fight from Scotty Scheffler? Scheffler just picked up a birdie at the 4th after bogeying 3 of his first 4 holes, and the defending champion all of a sudden just 1 shot off the lead. As we take a look at the 15th hole, no red orbs, but you know what? We're here to deliver.
Somebody's making one.
Surely, right? Emiliano Grillo. Putting not always his prowess. And then there was one.
This putt and this finish is important for Pearson. When you're a young guy on tour, getting those weekend reps, getting 4 rounds at a major is a big deal.
That hole location seems to be repelling the balls. On the right side it hangs, and then get it kind of in the middle, it seems to break left.
Perplexing for sure, and no one's solved the puzzle quite yet. Pearson Coody has had a tough back nine. Needs probably a couple birdies to stay the weekend. His first ever PGA Championship, just the second major championship start for the 26-year-old. Here's Nick Taylor. That's his third into 16. One of the best rounds going. Haotong Lee, 17 tee.
You know, really, this is the last hole where anything really bad can happen to you. There's not much water out here. Really only a couple holes that comes into play, and certainly it comes into play today.
Jimmy Walker next up. Riding what we think will be the cut.
He's going to try and draw it in there. Hitting his normal shot. Looks like he's executed it just fine. Got stood up by the wind a little bit there, Mayan, but not too bad.
Certainly serviceable for Jimmy Walker, who won his PGA Championship back in 2016 at Baltusrol in New Jersey. The PGA Championship going back to Baltusrol in 2029.
Great venue. I played the 1980 U.S. Open at Baltusrol as an amateur, and I thought that would be my only start ever on the tour, but I fooled them.
Well, let's see if Pearson Coody can find a fairway.
I think this is the most difficult fairway for the players to hit this week, just because the wind direction is left to right. The fairway is left to right, and it cants back the other way as a dogleg right to left. That bunker complex really makes that drive the big challenge.
It is straight back into the teeth of the wind right now too, guys.
Yeah, it was the hardest fairway to find in round one, and been difficult again so far today. Less than 50% of the field finding the short grass. Patrick Reed, 7 of 12 off the tee so far.
Yeah, where he's aiming, he's trying to hit a little low hook.
Overhooked it.
It might be better in the rough than in that bunker complex.
Up green side, the fourth for Nick Taylor.
One of the few pitches that came out clean. I think that's exactly the shot he was trying to hit.
The breeze, a big factor and a big test. A 5-way tie for the lead on Friday at the 108th PGA Championship. Don't know how much love there is from the players this week. It has been a stiff, stern test on another brisk day just outside of Philadelphia as Aronimink hosts the PGA Championship for the first time in over 6 decades. Now 5 players tied for the lead at 3 under par. Haotong Li very much in the picture.
That is a beautiful shot. One of the best you'll see this week for sure, out of a long bunker shot with, there is water in the background as well.
At 16 behind him, Rasmus Nergård Peterson pours in a birdie putt. He's playing alongside the Canadian, the Washington Husky Nick Taylor, who said when he was in college he majored in Mario Kart 64.
Well, at least he majored in something.
Hey, there you go. A great look from high above with this Donald Ross design. The wind a big factor here today. Of the 18 holes at Aronimink, they play in 11 different directions on the compass. So always a puzzle to put together. And Patrick Reed has missed the fairway left of the par 5 16th.
He must feel good about his lie. He has a wood up right now. I think with the fairways playing fast, he thinks he can push it up the left and run it up to the green.
Well, these new woods, these 7 or 9 woods, Roberto, are pretty easy to hit out of a thick rough, aren't they?
They came out nicely, but it's lost it to the right.
Do you think that's part of the popularity, the playability from the rough?
Yeah, Roberto, I think that's one of the things that is the reason the players are playing them. It's much easier to hit that than some sort of 4 or 3 iron, don't you think?
I think those 7 woods and 5 woods, even here of a couple 9 woods, they are great out of the rough. And the ball's just a lot more low spin these days, so they're not scared of that high spinny shot, where a 7 wood was just out of the question a few years ago.
Pearson Cootie's also going to mail medal.
He drove it down here a mile. He should be able to reach easily.
303 into the breeze. That'll do.
He certainly needs to make at least 1 and probably 2.
Needs to cut just a little bit.
Pearson Cootie will need a sandy up and in for birdie at 16. Creeping closer to the cut line. Top 70 in ties will make the weekend at this PGA Championship. The cut is currently 3 over par. However, it will likely fall a little higher. 4 over, a very possible outcome, maybe even 5. But for Jimmy Walker, this is a must make.
Yes, it is. And trust me, he knows it. Now you've just got a 490-yard par 4 uphill on the last hole. Make a little routine 4, and you get to play on the weekend.
Simple as that. Finishing stretch, anything but easy at Aronimink. The 14th hole, the hardest on the golf course. 15, the 4th toughest. 17 is no easy opportunity either, but Haotong Li will probably walk away with par after that outstanding bunker shot.
That's a heck of a 3.
He is the first player to get up and in from that bunker so far today. To the tee at 15, Sepp Straka.
That is the place you do not want to hit it off this tee. Hit it anywhere left, you have a good chance of knocking on the green. But from there, we haven't seen anybody knocking on the green in 2 days.
Long look for Brian Campbell. To 17, Neargard Peterson.
Seems like most of the players are trying to draw it in against the wind. It's the same direction as yesterday, so they've got a better feel for it. But sometimes right coming down, you say, I don't want to overdraw it, because you're thinking about the water to the left.
Well, only one in there. Let's see what he does. Patrick Reed.
At 45 yards to the front, really hard to judge how fast it's going to come out of that rough. That's not terrible.
No, but I thought it was a good break that he stayed in the rough, not in the bunker.
That's twice on this hole. Either the fairway bunker or that second shot ending up in a bunker would have been a lot more painful.
In a very manageable spot to stay 1 under for Patrick Reed. Even par. And just 4 back, Nick Taylor.
He's putting himself in position for the weekend. Can make one of the next 2 holes, get in at 1 under. He's in perfect shape.
Taylor, a 5-time winner in his career on the PGA Tour. The lead's been stretched to 4 under. Aldrich Potgieter just picked up his first birdie of the day and is in front by 1. Now Pearson Coody, 3rd shot.
He left it in the absolute perfect spot to this front right pin. Honestly, that 6-footer he left himself is about the worst he could do from there.
We saw so many players in that left bunker yesterday going to the left pin. And now it's the place to be. And yesterday it was definitely not the place to be.
Yeah, this 16th hole is going to play a big role here in deciding this championship. And it's a simple rule. If the pins are on the right, you want to be in that left bunker. If the pins are on the left, that right bunker on the right side is just fine.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting, Jeff, like Roberto's saying, to see the volatility of this 16th come Saturday and Sunday. Only 2 par 5s, only 2 big opportunities. And you can clearly see that Patrick Reed is giving his brother-in-law, Kessler Gerain, and himself the full study. Been a winding professional season for Patrick Reed, no longer on Live Golf, playing on the DP World Tour, where he's already won this season, in line to reclaim a PGA Tour card through the end of the year. One of 31 major champions teeing it up in the field here this week, and certainly the profile that fits a stern test like Aronimink. Prominent ball striker, precise short game, trying to put it all together.
And fearless, a guy that likes the lead, likes to be around the lead.
He has 5 feet left from there, guys.
That seemed like a little mishit, Roberto.
Yeah, you don't see that from him very often. And when you look at how he played 15 and 16, if he can knock that in, that's 5-5, 10 shots. Slew, we talked yesterday. You know, I said 9 was a decent score. You said they really want to play it in 8. He's not going to be thrilled with playing these 2 holes in 10 shots.
No, and that bogey on 15 was really an unforced error. Player of his caliber, kind of shocking, really, that he made 5 from where he drove it.
You can see a little mental disgust there and the scowl.
Yeah.
Understandably so from Patrick Reed. And part of what can happen in our featured holes, this 3-hole collection, 15, 16, and 17, which will be a big part of the story come the weekend. Emiliano Grillo here needs some heroics to be around, and very interesting how things lay out today. Jane Crafter, who was in here earlier with Stephen Watson, stumped our outstanding research team at ESPN, asking, has there ever been a par 4 that's played longer in a round than a par 5? The 15th hole, 542 yards today, 538 at 16. Didn't have all the data, but no evident instance where that has happened. And as Grillo makes par.
At 8 over, his week will be ending in about 25 minutes.
All the work you've put in all week. Just disappointment at this, you know, part of the round. Just want to get it over. But be professional, especially to your playing partners.
Roberto, big putt here for Pearson Coody.
Yeah, this would get him to 5 over, which has an outside chance to make it. But, you know, he's one more good swing away on one of the closing holes to get it to 4. This is big. I know he was trying to hit that bunker shot, Kimmy, but knock this in, and it's a great birdie.
Does what he needs to.
Yep, a couple big holes coming up here for him in his first PGA Championship.
Playing in a return season to the PGA Tour where he's bounced back and forth, still finding that professional footing and where the game fits best.
You see the double square on 14. He made a double bogey. Something's going on there because we've seen a lot of double bogeys coming off of 14 today.
Hardest hole on the golf course in round 2. At par 3, and won the PGA Tours last year in 2018. The par 3s played as 4 of the 6 hardest holes at Aronimink. No Donald Ross gimmies. Patrick Reed still working for a 5.
Straight uphill.
Roberto, I am stunned how he played these 2 holes today.
I'm right there with you. 5, 6. When I joined him on 15T, I thought he'd be one of the guys leading this thing after 36 holes, and bam, just like that, he's back to even par.
He was 1 back standing on the 15th tee, and now he's 4 back 2 holes later. He goes to 17, so will we. Rasmus Njergaard Peterson splashing out here.
Well, he had a different lie than Hao Tong, but that's what happens. They are hazards, Mayan, and you don't necessarily get a great lie all the time in the bunkers.
Sepp Straka drove it into a fairway bunker at 15. So his 3rd shot, 44 yards away. Pretty deft tusk.
I really liked his game starting the week. He's such a solid ball striker, and that's really what is required here.
Took speed off his driver to improve and strengthen the ball striking for Sepp Straka. All right, here is the par putt, Rasmus Njergaard Peterson. So he'll spend 1 and need par at the end, likely. Nick Taylor for red figures.
Whoa. As soon as he hit it, he said, "Get down." The feel that these professionals have, they know immediately, oh my goodness, I've gunned it or I've hit it too you know, not hard enough.
Patrick Reed was over here, couldn't get up and down. Big hitting Englishman, Marco Penge. In trouble as well. Been fighting a respiratory illness the last few weeks for Marco Penge. He's feeling better now. First full season on the PGA Tour. He led the race to Dubai, the points list of the non-exempt players coming off of last year. Hits it a long, long way.
Now, the players on the US PGA Tour are somewhat used to this grass, somewhat. They've seen it in their lifetime. A lot of the European players never seen anything like this. They couldn't have spent enough time in the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday practice rounds to get a feel for it. So it's a big challenge for players that have never seen grass like this.
Bent grass greens and fairways, it is a fescue and poana mix once you get into that dense cabbage-like rough. And now Nick Taylor to stay even par.
This guy's such a solid player. He's had such a good career, not overly long, but really competitive guy who's gotten a lot out of his game.
Looked like a little gust of wind got him. You're entitled to take all the time you want right now, Nick.
And Nick Taylor stays even par with 1 hole left. 5 wins in his career, 3 in playoff fashion, including in 2023 when he became the first Canadian man to win the Canadian Open in over 60 years. Sepp Straka for par. Not in the stress-free zone yet.
No, that was extremely speedy there.
Aaron Rye is back on the tee.
Low bullet shot downwind.
Well, he picked that tee up very quickly, so that's the first sign you love it.
31-year-old from England, not known for prodigious length, but certainly for precision, especially off the tee. He was in the mix last week at Myrtle Beach, now making his 4th PGA Championship start. He's coming off the top 20 last year at Quail Hollow. Bogey's official for Nearguard Peterson. And on the green at 15, Marco Penge for bogey. Double trouble.
And he was 30 feet away in 2. That rough really grabbed his club.
To 17, Pearson Coody.
It's a good one, young man. It looks like he did. He's loving it.
Right at it, but the wind has gotten it.
So Coody about 30 feet.
Makeable.
Yeah. Sepp Straka does make a bogey. Maybe the only Austrian you'll ever meet with that smooth southern drawl. He's playing alongside Patrick Rogers, who is stepping in there, and Patrick Reed is stepping in here at 17.
Coming off a 5-6, this is a big shot. 200 yards to the front, 215. It's not straight into here. It's into and off the left. This is a tough wind.
Maybe the most challenging wind for a right-handed player, don't you think, Roberto?
All day, every day. Starts out a little to the right, trying to draw, but the wind's holding it. Short and right.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a veteran. He knows that, okay, let's get rid of those 2 holes off the memory. I don't have to get him back here. I just got to make a couple of pars, and I'm still in this tournament.
It's unraveled as of late. It can happen fast at the PGA Championship. Aronimink Golf Club takes center stage this week.
It's a beautiful shot.
A beautiful breezy day. Nice, cool, and crisp at Aronimink Golf Club, 20 miles northwest of Center City, Philadelphia, where a brutal championship has emerged. The 108th PGA Championship from just outside the city of brotherly love. The 21-year-old South African Aldrich Potgieter leads the way. He is 4 under par, 1 under on his second round, and in front by 1 over 5 players at -3. We'll be here until he winds his way through our featured holes, 15, 16, and 17, a pivotal 3-hole collection here at the tail end of this Donald Ross-designed Aronimink Golf Club, which came to this current location in 1926, and it has caused some fits for the strongest field in major championship golf, including for that man, 2018 Masters champion Patrick Reed, who was the only bogey-free round in round 1, but he is coming off of back-to-back blemishes and is all of a sudden 4 shots off the lead with a hole and a half remaining.
Yeah, man, he had only made 1 bogey for the entire tournament until he got to our holes on 15 and 16. And actually, to me, 2 shocking bogeys from a player like Patrick that made a mistake going after the 15th hole location, and then really a bad 3-putt on 16.
Typically the best part of his game here, a short game, Roberto.
40-foot shot. Never thought about putter.
Wedge wizardry.
That's fantastic. I never would have thought about chipping that. No, I really wouldn't have.
That's just a personal taste thing. I'm a much better chipper than a putter, so I would have chipped it, but there you go. 31 flavors, right?
Yeah, I always say you chip to try and make it, you putt to try and make a par.
He's going to make par there. Nearly had birdie. Sammy Valimaki, the big Finn.
This could end up in a pretty good position. Seen a lot of balls end up there.
27-year-old playing in his 3rd consecutive PGA Championship, 4th overall. A winner for the first time last November. Sea Island, Georgia, the first player from Finland to ever win on the history of the PGA Tour. Out alongside Aaron Rai. Hit that low chaser into the fairway here, Slew.
I love those shots. The guys that aren't afraid to drop the flight of their ball. You see Patrick Reed do that a lot. Justin Thomas. Fun to watch.
Handicraft creativity now on the way in. `15th hole, still birdieless today. And 2 long looks as we go to 17, and Pearson Coody for back-to-back.
Straight uphill, and he just got a read from Patrick. So he'll go to the 18th at 5 over with the cut probably at 4. He'll play it aggressively, but definitely be grinding for that par. 5 has an outside chance to play the weekend.
That's an interesting line to toe as we go to 16, and Brian Campbell is right there in a similar predicament.
He's going to walk away with par. A couple of holes left to hopefully make birdie.
Emiliano Grillo for something to smile about at the end.
Yeah, in 15, he knew I got to play him 3 under par to have any chance, and obviously missing on 15 and 16 puts him out of the chance of making the cut. But from what we've seen, he's played our 3 holes very well.
He'll have his sights set on a couple events in Texas where he's a defending champ at Colonial Country Club, or past champion, I should say. South African Christian Bezuidenhout trying to ensure a weekend tee time. They had a slick putt at the par 5.
All the guys at 5 don't want him to make this. Just the way it is.
Wow.
Looked pretty good, and then darted a little left at the very, very end.
Grillo did finish up. Coody finishing as well. Birdie at the last, feels safe. Par probably needs some help as he tries to make the cut in his first PGA Championship. To 15, Travis Smith. Gorgeous. Pulled the string a little too much. You can get putter on that. 31-year-old from Australia.
Spectators like to see that.
That's right.
The players certainly don't, but
Adam Schenk here for birdie. Pride of Indiana. He's done this before. Tinkered with his putting, has closed his eyes before, used different grips, has even gone one-handed when he won in Bermuda in the fall.
Looks pretty, like the lie is pretty flat. There you go.
Windy conditions, which led him to his first ever PGA Tour victory when he was playing to ensure his status. And now Schenk is playing in the PGA Championship for the 4th time.
This round going today.
Yeah, that gets him to 5 over. So in the Coody land where he needs a birdie probably on the finishing 2.
Did you like being in that spot, Slew, knowing pretty much exactly what you needed to make the weekend?
I liked about a 5-shot cushion.
Fair enough.
It's interesting, and I think Roberto will back me up, that when you ask another player or friend when you finish, oh, you're all right, you're all right. And they're, but you always think you're going to miss by 1.
Right.
It's just kind of the way it is.
100%. And on a day like today, if you play in the morning, you go back to your hotel room, and if you can see trees outside your window, you just look at them. And if they're moving, you have a chance. And if they stop moving, you're going home on Friday night.
Well, most of the trees on property this week, hardwoods, and they are fluttering as Aaron Rye comes up shy.
Yeah, if the wind lays down in the afternoon, like potentially could, then it's going to be 4 all day. But if the conditions keep up, it could go to 5.
It's funny you say that, Slew. It's amazing. Sometimes these late tee times, those last 2 hours, it's still, and you catch good scoring conditions at the very end of the day.
It's Patrick Rogers.
Stay in the fairway. Oh.
Back to 15. Sam Stevens on the tee.
It's a little left. Maybe not. I looked at the guy with the. First, I heard the moan, and I saw the flag guy, and it looked like he was aiming that the ball went left, but maybe left of dead center.
They fooled us all. 17. Schenk.
Hit it very solid.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aye, aye, aye.
Hole location looks pretty benign on 15, but obviously it is not. It's playing straight downwind. If players get it in the fairway, they're probably hitting 7-iron or less in.
Third hardest hole yet to yield a birdie. Slew, this is metronomic rhythm. Christian Bezato.
Watch him practice all the time at the Bears Club. Spends a lot of time on the range. Just beautiful swing.
Starts out to the right towards the TV towers, needs to turn. That's going to leave a tough second coming down over the ridge, and he's at 5 over. Untimely shot.
Yeah, Roberto, you know, when they try and get it, if it starts to the right, there's just too much wind for them to get that ball back with an iron to hook it up against that, don't you think?
Absolutely. The best shot of the day, I would think, so far was Scheffler, and he started that thing left of it. But you know what else is over there? Double bogey. So
yep.
A couple holes for Brian Campbell. Campbell, who's one of the shortest hitters on the PGA Tour. An enlightening article earlier this week in The Athletic talking about how he knows exactly statistically how things don't set up for him, and yet it's never deterred him. A second season on tour last year, he won twice, including a playoff win in Mexico when he outdueled our leader, Aldrich Potgieter.
first, maybe only wood we see here from 215 on number 17. What a shot.
Worthy of a tip of the cap from Brian Campbell. He delivers a highlight on what's been a hard day at the 108th PGA Championship.
What is your cheesesteak order?
Isn't there just one Philly cheesesteak, or are there multiple different options here?
Unfortunately, I don't eat cheese, so I'm like a cheesesteak without the cheese.